Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Just check the audio is working all right. Excellent. Thank you. So welcome to day 3 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for the Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environmental Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded. The recordings will be available on the Engage Victoria website later in the week. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee appointed to consider this matter, and I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Kirsch on my right and members Wilkinson and Joyner. Today we're working to timetable version 4 that was issued on the 4th of June. And this week and for the next 3 weeks, we'll be meeting in Clifton's in Collins Street in Melbourne, and we're also the hearing is also available to be viewed and participate online. Just a reminder to parties that if you're experiencing any technical issues or need support connecting to the MS Teams hearing, please call Nettier on 1300 638 590 and ask for Neo and Kentbruck support. So for today's timetable, we'll continue to hear submissions from the proponent and evidence as follows. So we'll be hearing evidence on native vegetation, including offsets from Matthew Gibson of Biosis and Aaron Organ of Ecology and Heritage Partners. Following that, we'll be hearing from the same experts on terrestrial, arboreal and aquatic fauna. And we'll also be hearing general submissions and presentations from the proponent on the impact on bird and bat species. As parties are aware, the Inquiry and Advisory Committee, the IAC, must be advised of the intent to cross-examine by 12 noon the day before the expert is scheduled to be heard. I'd just like to clarify, we did have a question from Mr. Cumming asking whether the parties also needed to provide their questions the day before. And whilst that was responded to in writing, I'll just confirm that parties do not need to provide their questions in advance of asking them, but if parties are able to provide an indication of the time they will require or the number of questions, that will assist with managing the proceedings. I note that DECA and Parks Victoria intend to ask questions today, and they'll be doing that in the conventional manner, not pre-circulating questions. Thank you. So we do have a number of indications of intent to cross-examine. I'll run through these now, and I will ask if any party if you haven't indicated an intent, please let me know now. But if you have and you're able to be more specific about either the number of questions or time you require for today's evidence, you're welcome to clarify that at the end of me running through this list. So firstly, we have questions from Mr. Hamish Cumming. He's indicated approximately an hour and a half and 50 questions. So it may take longer than an hour and a half, depending on the extent of those questions. There's an indication that will be over the next three days. However, if Mr. Cumming is in a position to clarify the requirement for today, that would be useful. Ms. Susan Dennis has requested approximately 30 minutes, but to be confirmed. Mr. George Turner, 10 to 15 minutes. Maurice Schinkel is to be confirmed and may be providing questions in writing if he's not able to join us online. And then from DECA, I'm not sure if you're in a position to clarify approximately the number of questions and time.
I couldn't tell you, good morning, Member Kendall, members of the committee. I couldn't tell you the number of questions in a precise sense because that always depends a little bit on the answer, but I don't expect to be more than 45 minutes.
Great, thank you. And is that for both experts together or?
It'll be, I understand both experts will be giving evidence contemporaneously, so we'll be asking questions either directed to one or the other or both.
Great.
In that way.
Thank you. And we'll work it out as we go. What you've just described is what we're expecting. So parties will have to either direct their questions to one of the experts, or if it's a question for both experts, in the context of how the hearing is running, that will work perfectly fine. Mr. Cumming has his hand up online. I will now come to you for your question or clarification. Thank you.
Yes, you said 50 questions. It's 50 questions per expert witness, so that's 50 times 3.
Thank you very much. So for the 3 ecology experts, 50 questions each. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cumming. I didn't actually run through that, but we have the same requests for both experts today. So the ones that I ran through from each of those was intended to be for each of the experts. However, we've just had clarification from DECA and Parks Victoria that jointly it was 45 minutes. So that's okay. We'll see how we go today. Thank you. Are there any other parties in a position to just clarify your intent to question either expert and the number of questions? No, that's fine. Thank you. In terms of documents received, there have been a number of documents added to the document list. We're currently working to document list number 35 that was issued on the 6th of June, and these documents are available on the Engage Victoria website. Given the volume of documents, I won't go through them in detail, but I note they relate to requests for further information and some submissions. From DECA, there was a letter and a copy of the newly released Handbook for the Development of Renewable Energy in Victoria, guidance to avoid, minimise, mitigate and compensate for impacts on threatened bird and bat species. I'll call that the Handbook. From the proponent, we have a number of tech notes, response to the written questions from Parks Victoria from Mr. Hughes, and some further biodiversity submissions and evidence presentations. We have received from some procedural queries and one new request to be heard from a party that has been accepted by the IAC. There's a number of these that we need to, I'll just mention now, and if we need to, we will discuss them, and I'll invite parties to raise any other issues that they may have after we've run through the list. Firstly, I note the proponent intends to address the IAC on the material filed under cover letter, which is document 222, before the avifauna evidence is given tomorrow. So I'm just acknowledging that we understand that that will be the proponent's approach. Regarding the handbook from DECA, we note that it doesn't apply to the project. However, the proponent may decide to apply the handbook if agreed with Department of Transport and Planning in consultation with DECA. Just wanted to provide you an opportunity, Mr. Tobin, to provide any comment if needed on that.
Thank you, Member Kendall. The handbook has been under preparation for a long period of time. It just, a bit like the other materials that have been circulated by DECA earlier in the hearing, it happens to have been released at this time. It's not linked to the project at all, and indeed the project has not been assessed in accordance with the handbook, given that disconnect with time. We brought it to the committee's attention because we thought it important that you were aware of its existence, but DECA has neither assessed this project against the draft handbook, nor does it intend to assess this project against the handbook, as we stated in our letter, unless the EES is recast to address the handbook, which is not a matter that's in front of DECA.
And Mr. Chessel, good morning.
Good
just
morning.
turn to you to see whether you have any comments or advice for the IAC in relation to that.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to all members of the committee. Document 210 is the updated handbook, and whilst you need not turn to that document, the committee might note that section 4.6 contains transitional arrangements in respect of the operation of the handbook. And those arrangements provide that the handbook commences on the day that it is published, that is, it has now commenced operation. But goes on to explain that a proponent will not be expected to apply the handbook to their project if, amongst other things, prior to the commencement of the handbook, the project has been referred to the Minister, an assessment under the EE Act has commenced, or a planning permit application has been lodged. Now, of course, here not only has an assessment been commenced, but it is well progressed. And what the handbook goes on to explain is that despite the above transitional arrangements, a proponent may decide to apply the handbook, including species-specific guidance, to their project, but that this must be agreed with DTP in consultation with DECA and clearly articulated in any documents. And it's certainly not our intention, Madam Chair, given where we stand in this process, to recast the EES to respond to the revised handbook, and so we don't intend to activate, if you like, the provisions of the handbook. That is, we don't make the election under section 4.6 to have the application assessed pursuant to that handbook. To the extent that the handbook is relevant in any regards, we'll address you during the running of the hearing, but we're not seeking that it be formally activated in the sense that might be the case were a project to be less advanced in the assessment process and a proponent to make an election to have that as the governing document, if you like, in terms of various aspects of the assessment.
Thank you. That's clear. I'll just move through a number of other documents and requests. Firstly, I just note Mr. Tuck, document 235, advised that further flora and fauna records are available through the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, and the proponent has sought more information or did seek more information from Mr. Tuck that was provided. So I'm just noting that. And I will now ask parties if they wish to comment on the following, but I'll run through a summary of our understanding of each of the requests. So Ms. Lenihan in document 208 submitted a follow-up request and raised questions relating to the reduced Brolga buffer. The proponent responded in document 240, and I can confirm the ISC doesn't need any further information at this stage from the proponent on the issues raised, and note that they may be addressed further through submission and question of experts. In the proponent's response to Ms. Lenihan and those queries, the proponent noted that the IAC may wish to ask DECA to explain its reasons for supporting aspects of the assessment approach. And I just note that the IAC would appreciate DECA explaining that in your submissions, so no need to bring that forward, but I imagine that you would have been intending to do that, but we'll just note. Thank you. So I'll run through all of them and then I will ask if anybody would like to speak to them. Ms. Thompson, document 211, made submissions about Neoan's tender under the Capacity Investment Scheme. Again, I confirm the IAC doesn't require a response and the issues may be further addressed through submissions. Mr. Turner, document 215, made submissions and various requests relating to trenching along Boiler Swamp Road and a number of other matters. And he was seeking for the IAC to direct the proponent to provide further information on some matters. The IAC doesn't require the proponent to provide further information other than one request, that is for the proponent to clarify the number of trees impacted by more than 10% the tree protection zone in the context of the details that Mr. Turner provided. Other than that, we note that the issues raised may be discussed further in submissions and that the proponent may wish to respond to them in its submissions or in closing. Mr. Turner, further in documents 217 and 218, made various requests relating to turbine identification and the montages, and the Great Southwest Walk and Campground data, sought directions from the IAC to direct the proponent to provide further information. The IAC does ask the proponent to clarify any discrepancies with wind turbine numbering, if required, in response to the issues raised, but otherwise the IAC doesn't require the proponent to provide further information at this stage, and notes again that the issues may be addressed during submissions or in the proponent's closing. Mr. Bachman, in document 234, raised further submissions about the role of DECA and potential conflict of interest. And I just note this as further submission from Mr. Buckman, and that no action is required in relation to that. One request that has come in over the weekend, that an email from Ms. Thompson. It hasn't been tabled, but I wanted to just raise it verbally this morning. Ms. Thompson, who submitted 73, is asking for clarification as to whether the proponents' tech notes 230 and 231, whether they respond to the issues that she raised in document 211 relating to the capacity investment scheme. And her question is in the context that neither her submission number or request number is attached to those tech notes, and she's asking if the proponent could please clarify. You're welcome to clarify that now if you're in a position to, Mr. Chessel, but otherwise I'm happy for you to take that on notice and come back to the IAC as well. So they were the matters that I wanted to raise this morning, and I'm happy to open for, firstly, for anyone who raised those issues to speak to them if necessary, and for the proponent to respond if necessary. And I can see, Mr. Cumming, you have your hand up, so I'll come to you first.
Actually, yes, I sent through a document this morning that I want to ask questions against, and I've got another 15 documents to send through later today for questions tomorrow. I'm just wondering, is that the right format to, if I'm going to rely on a document to ask a question, that obviously the proponent needs to have a look at it before I ask the question?
Mr. Cumming, are they questions for the experts or for the proponent?
For the experts, sorry.
For the experts. So I ask if you could distribute them as promptly as possible, but given we're in the hearing and we'll be running, the experts will be busy presenting material and answering questions. If they do need to take any of your questions on notice to provide them with adequate time to review those documents, they may choose to do that.
Yeah, that's why I sent one through this morning, and I'll send the rest through today for tomorrow.
Great, thank you, Mr. Cumming. Regardless, given the volume of documents, we'll be advised by the experts if you do need any further time to review the material.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from parties? And then I'll come to you again, Mr. Chessel. Oh, you have, yes, Mr. Tobin.
Each year there is an annual ROLG account undertaken, which is published on the SWIFT website in between the hiatus between the two the hearing in Portland and now the 2025 data has been released. We just make you aware of the fact that information has been released. It's a count that occurs over 2 days. I think one occurred in March and maybe one in February of this year. So it's an annual thing. Again, it's not linked to the project, but we just make you aware that that count has been undertaken. The second matter that we wanted to raise today was that in light of some of the information we've received about the changes to construction methodology and so forth, we're mindful that the nature of such a complex project means that there may be more information that comes to hand, and we expect that there may be more information in the proponent's submission, which is immediately prior to the DECA submission. And we wanted to request that the committee bookmark the potential for DECA to make a short closing submission in response to any new material, just given the time it will be required for us to get instructions on matters that might be raised in respect of or during the proponent submission, which we will not be able to get instructions on over the next day or two before we present our submissions on 1 July.
Thank you. No, we're happy to accommodate that if needed, and it may be appropriate during the closing of your actual substantive submissions to give us an indication of your requirements relating to that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Or there may be you're anticipating there may be other material that comes
Oh, there
through
may be other
following that.
material that
Yeah.
comes to the fore given the nature of the project. We're mindful of not of being able to provide any further commentary in a way that's compatible with the proponent's closing on the final day. And it looked to us as though the day immediately prior to the final day was scheduled to finish at about 3 p.m. So it may be that that's one opportunity where DECA could make a submission if it was required on that second to last day.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. And I don't see any hands up with people joining us online, so I'll assume that the matters that we've covered off, the parties don't need to speak to. So, Mr. Chessel, I'll come to you to see if there are any updates or responses from you.
Yes, thank you. There are three broad categories of preliminary matters that I wanted to raise. The first concerns the documents that have been tabled since the conclusion of the last part of the hearing. The second concerns some of the new materials or new matters that have arisen since the first part of the hearing. And then the third had been to respond to some of the requests for information, but I say for a couple of points we can address now. We don't need to spend much time on that. In terms of the first of those matters, then the tabled documents, I just wanted to run through some of those documents without taking you to them in any detail, just so we're all clear on what it is we've filed with the committee. It's useful, I think, to categorise the documents that have been tabled since the first part of the hearing into 5 categories. And the first categories are really documents that respond to matters that were addressed during the first part of the hearing. And in that category of documents, I've got document number 213, which is Technical Note 21, which is the screenshots and links to the resources that I made reference to in my opening submission. The second is document 214. That's the mapping that was prepared to demonstrate or delineate bushfire events over time in and around the subject site. You recall that was a request that had been made by a representative of the Nature Glenelg Trust at the site inspection. The one thing I wanted to note about that plan is that it's an accurate depiction of the bushfire extents over time, but it has an outdated configuration of the project. And so to save any confusion, we rely on that plan as it shows the bushfire history, not as it shows the proposed turbine layout, which is as per the EES. Document 230 is a technical note that responds to the particular queries raised by Member Kirsch concerning the capacity investment scheme and the Victorian transmission plan. Given the amount of material that we've got to cover this week, we're not proposing to address those matters in any detail now. We obviously rely on the written report. It may be, though, that it's a document that we address in closing our case after all the evidence. That is, it seems to me there's some material that warrants further attention. Just for our records, and so that there's no confusion on the committee's part, the one outstanding item that I had from week 1 that would be responsive to queries that were raised concerns the technical note on the SLO and the various decision-making parameters under that control, and we'll return to that and table a written response and address that before we come to the evidence of Mr. Hark next week. Now, the second category of documents then concerns documents that arose from the giving of evidence. And there are really 2 documents that fall into this category. The first is document 216, and that's the written response from Mr. Hughes to the questions that were posed by Parks Victoria. And you'll recall that those written questions concerned, in particular, the transmission line options assessment. And in broad terms, those are questions that focused on the relative risk profiles of different alignments that were considered under that options assessment. And we rely on Mr. Hughes' written response as to why the option that was selected, that is the option that runs through and beneath Boiler Swamp Road, gives rise to a low potential for any impacts on water quality and a negligible impact in terms of flooding, such that there's no material difference in the risk profiles of the different options from a surface water perspective. The second document that falls into this category is document 242. That was the response prepared by Dr. Fawcett to the query raised by Member Joyner concerning the percentage impact on the wetland water budget. It had been expressed in the written work as 1.5 litres per year, based on a series of conservative assumptions, and as we anticipated, expressed as a percentage, that number is very low. It's 0.000001%, 1 by 10 to the minus 7, if my maths are correct. And so, again, we don't need to address that any further unless there are any additional questions from the committee. The third category of documents that we've filed since the first week of the hearing concern responses to the RFI that was made by the committee. And there's 3 documents here, 226, 227 and 228. 226 is the responses prepared by Mr. Organ, and we'll come to those in due course over the course of this week. 227, Technical Note 23, is a response to various ecological queries that were raised, and again we can address the substance of that throughout the week. And document 228 is a tech note that responds to the query concerning the Bird and Bat Adaptive Management Plan. I'll just call that the BAMP throughout this week. We've responded in Technical Note 24 to what was RFI 20, and we'll come back, as we've indicated, to walk you through the updated BAMP prior to the evidence about birds and bats, which is really in the balance of this week and into next week. Document 233 is a document that I bring to your attention. That's the updated summary table, and we don't really need to go to it now, other than to note that we're working progressively through the requests. I think there are now only 4 outstanding requests, and we have responses in trade, and we'll look to have those prepared and filed throughout the week, certainly in advance of any relevant evidence to be called in the subsequent weeks. The fourth category of documents then concerns submissions and other materials that are pertinent to the ecology evidence that will be heard this week. And I'll just run through those now so that you have a list in front of you. Document 229 is the updated BAMP. Documents 223, 224 and 225 concern technologies that have been implemented to assist in monitoring detection and curtailment, particularly in respect of bird strike and the like. And 223 is the technical note. 224 is a report prepared by Identiflight, being a camera-based technology that engages artificial intelligence to assist in monitoring detection and curtailment. 225 then is a memorandum prepared by DHI Muse. That's an operator that has developed technology that implements both radar and camera-based technology to achieve similar outcomes. And the committee will have seen that these types of technologies have been described in broad terms throughout the EES, but we thought there'd be some benefit in some more targeted material being put before you, addressing the potential application of these types of technologies to this particular project. And so, again, we'll come back and explain those reports or memoranda in due course, but we wanted to flag those as being relevant to evidence that will be given this week. The other documents then really are submissions or evidence. 243 are the submissions that we've prepared on arboreal, terrestrial and aquatic fauna, essentially all fauna other than birds and bats. 244 are some general submissions on biodiversity, on the biodiversity impact assessment that's been completed. Then we have slide presentations from Mr. Gibson, 245, 246, and slide presentation of Mr. Organ, 247. So after we get through these preliminary matters, I thought that I'd spend a little bit of time just explaining how we propose to organise this week and the giving of evidence in respect of various matters. So that's the fourth category. The fifth category then are really documents that we've prepared in response to requests for information made by submitters. And document 240 is the technical note that we've prepared responding to what were the, by my count, 9 requests that have been made for further information about the Brolga assessments, that is requests from Ms Lenihan and Mr Cumming. And we note that the committee has clearly had an opportunity to read that, and we rely upon that and don't propose to address you on that unless you'd like us to. So that's an overview, if you like, of what we've filed since the last hearing day. The next matter that I wanted to address as a preliminary matter concerns our response to what I'll describe as new materials that have been published or tabled since the conclusion of the first week of the hearing. So unless you have any questions about the first part, I'll address you on that now.
Thank you.
One of the characteristics of this case is that it seems new materials are being published during the running of the case, and that happens from time to time. And what we've sought to ensure is that the proponent and indeed all other parties have a fair opportunity to respond to that new material. You recall that shortly before the first week of the hearing, DECA advised, or at least identified, 3 documents as being relevant to the assessment of ecological impacts, and in particular impacts on the southern bentwing bat. They were the turbine collision impacts, the ARI publication, document 153, the information concerning foraging flights of the southern bentwing bat, again an ARI publication, document 154, and then the academic paper that had been released, or at least submitted for further review, document 175, concerning flight heights of the southern bentwing bat. And prior to the commencement of the first week of the hearing, my client had reserved the right to prepare additional evidence in response to that material. We can advise that we don't consider it necessary to file any additional written material, but we will be addressing the relevance of that material during the giving of evidence, scheduled for tomorrow morning in respect of the southern bentwing bat. The next document is a document we've already addressed, document 210, being the publication of the revised handbook for the development of renewable energy in Victoria. As we've already explained, that document contains transitional provisions, and we don't seek to activate those provisions, and I don't think I need to address you further on that. The next matter is a matter that I'm not sure has been specifically brought to your attention. Shortly after Mr Galbraith gave his evidence on the final day of the last sitting week, we learnt that a new version of Australian Standard 4970 had been published, 4970 being the Australian standard concerning the protection of trees. So the previous version was a 2009 version. That's the version that Mr Galbraith referenced within his report. There's a new version, a 2025 version, that has now been published. Now, we've asked Mr Galbraith to look at the new version, and we don't understand that new version to change any aspect of Mr Galbraith's substantive evidence before you. But for the sake of completeness, we thought it prudent to ask Mr Galbraith to confirm that in writing, that is to describe modifications contained within the 2025 version of the standard as opposed to the 2009 version, and to explain to what extent, if any, they bear upon the evidence that he gave to you. So that's a document that we'll file in due course, but as we indicated, it's our expectation that Mr Galbraith will confirm that the update to the standard doesn't bear upon the substantive evidence that he gave to you in respect of the likely prospect of development along Boiler Swamp Road giving rise to an impact on trees. Okay, the next issue then is one that the committee's already identified or flagged. That is, on Friday, we received an email from Mr Tuck, who I understand is an ecologist associated with the Nature Glenelg Trust, advising that the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas has been updated to reflect additional observations of species of interest in and around the subject site. And we note that some of that material appears to be before the IAC. The documents that I've listed are documents 235, 238 and 240. 235 being an email from Mr Tuck, and 238 and 240 being updated entries, as I understand it, from the Biodiversity Atlas. The observations that we wish to make for present purposes is that it may well be for the Nature Glenelg Trust or for Mr Tuck to talk to those materials, but for our purposes, we note the following things. My client has sought throughout the assessment process to engage with the Nature Glenelg Trust, and indeed it sought to do so from the outset of this assessment process back in 2019. And as is its prerogative entirely, the Nature Glenelg Trust indicated that it opposed the project and didn't wish to engage with my client, and we're not critical of the Nature Glenelg Trust for taking that position. If it chooses to do so, that's a matter for it. What we do note is that some of the entries in the VBA, that is the recent entries, appear to relate to relatively recent observations. Others, though, appear to date back a number of years. And it's unfortunate that those entries that date back a number of years hadn't sought to be placed on the VBA or put before the parties until now. And that's particularly the case when evidence was required to be filed well in advance of the hearing. All we'll say for present purposes is that we'll do our best to respond to that new material during the running of our case. And Mr Gibson's had an opportunity to look at the database. Mr Organ has had an opportunity to look at the database. We'll attempt to address you on the consequence of any new records on the database, including those that date back a number of years, in the giving of evidence and in submissions. All I really want to raise for present purposes is that, like in the case of the other new material, we reserve our right to reply in writing if we consider that to be necessary, either through submission or through a written document prepared by the witnesses. That's where I thought I would end that list of issues, but Mr Tobin identified a moment ago that there are updated BROG accounts that have recently been released. We'd put that in the same category. We'll attempt to address that during the running. To the extent we need to put further written material before you, we'll do so if that is accepted by the committee.
Thank you. Yes, sounds like a sensible approach.
Okay. Now, my third category of preliminary matters had concerned the requests for information that have been made by various submitters to the process. I've made note of the committee's directions in that regard this morning. There are a couple of things we can perhaps usefully address now, and then one that I might take away and come back to you on in more detail. There was a query, as I understand it, from Ms Thompson concerning the extent to which document 230, which was the technical note that we prepared concerning the CIS and VTP, addressed the particular matters that have been raised in Ms Thompson's request for information. And what I can say at the outset is that that document 230, was not a document that we prepared in response to Ms Thompson's request, but instead in response to the requests that have been made by the committee. So I think the most direct answer to Ms Thompson's question is no, it's not directly responsive. That said, what that technical note does is detail aspects of the CIS process and the merits criteria that were considered pursuant to that process. And so it seems to us that it responds in part to the matters that were the subject of the request for information. To the extent that Ms Thompson sought release of tender documents that had been submitted as part of that process, those documents are commercial in confidence, and we don't agree to make those public. What we do note, though, is that the project website does contain a release, that is a media release, that documents the nature of the community benefits that were announced as part of the capacity investment scheme. And these are matters that we addressed in opening, but to the extent that there'd be some benefit, we can make that. I might try and share my screen if I can to keep it up. Okay, thank you. Mr Wright will share his screen. And what one sees if you scroll down is a release made on the 13th of May 2025 that documents the major community benefits announced as part of the capacity investment scheme. And the first part of that announcement describes the nature of the scheme, but the second paragraph, or the second full paragraph, then contains the lists or lists the various benefits that have been committed to give effect to the community benefits program, which is a component of the CIS award. And what one sees when you read through that list are various matters that we have addressed, at least in part, in opening the case. The $150,000 per year for the 30-year life of the project to community projects, including sporting clubs, tourism and heritage. $300,000 per year throughout the life of the project to neighbours of the project, paid in accordance with various factors that we described in the neighbourhood agreement materials before you. The $1 million per year fund for ecological studies, particular commitments to First Nations people, $50,000 per year for 3 years to support training for school leavers, the $120,000 per year for 2 years to employ local renewable energy workforce, a local renewable energy workforce lead who will be responsible for engaging with the local workforce and suppliers on the site, the workforce participation goals, and local content commitments of variable size, very sizable sums of capital investment, being, again, matters that we identified in broad terms in opening, but matters that it seems are in part responsive to the request that was made by Ms Thompson, and I thought it might be of assistance to bring that to the committee's attention. And of course, those are commitments that are given effect through contractual obligations that form part of the CIS program. Now, the next outstanding matter in terms of a request concerns the query made by Mr Turner regarding the number of trees impacted by more than 10% along Boiler Swamp Road. This morning we can explain the basis of the assessment contained within the EES, and we'll do that through Mr Gibson's evidence, but we will come back with a detailed reconciliation if that's of assistance. Then the only other matter that I've made note of is, oh yes, no, I already addressed it. That's Ms Thompson's clarification about documents 230 and the extent to which they relate to her request. Yes. Mr Turner had made a request for information in respect of clarification concerning turbine numbers, and that was the other matter I should have I had made reference to, and Mr Wright's in a position to address that now, if that's convenient.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can hear me on this one. I can be very brief, Madam Chair, but I'll share my screen to make it easy for everybody. The particular question is effectively what turbine numbering should be referred to in respect of the LCVA, the Landscape Visual Impact Assessment. And Mr Turner's raised a query as to whether the numbering from Appendix M, which relates to shadow flicker and blade glint, should be used, or what else. The what else is Appendix L, which is the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment. That's where one finds the information that relates to which turbines are shown in the montage imagery. And I'll show you precisely where to find that information. So you can see Appendix L on screen. And if I were to take you to PDF page 50, you can see there is Figure 2, which has the project layout, and it has each of the turbine numberings that's used for purposes of this appendix. I should say that there's a different numbering system used for purposes of Appendix M. So those two numbering systems don't use the same numbers for each of the turbines. So when one's looking at the montage imagery to understand which turbines are being shown, you need to use this figure 2 from Appendix L. And the specific point that's been asked is in respect of that the Hedditch Hill montage, which was N3, where it says on that montage that it's by reference to WT10, which you can see on screen here. And Hedditch Hill, if you follow my cursor, is in this location here where we stood at the site visit. And that's the turbine number that's used for purposes of the LCVA8 and the montage numbering. What Mr. Turner's referred to as Appendix M, which you can see on screen now, and you can see WTG 10 as opposed to WT10, and he's identified eastings and southings coordinates which show a different turbine further to the north. So that's not the right numbering to use for purposes of the montage. It should only be the Appendix L numbering. Thank you.
Mr. Turner has his hand up. I'll just ask him if he has a question. Okay, Mr. Turner.
Good morning. Are the coordinates for the turbine layout included in Appendix L available?
Sorry, I'll ask you to repeat the question, Mr. Turner. It's a little bit quiet in the room. Hopefully those online can hear you.
Thank you. Are the coordinates for the turbines shown in Appendix L available? Given that there's two naming systems used, are the turbines in the same location? Can a table be provided so that we can see how the different turbine identifiers correlate to their location? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I'll ask the proponent if they're able to respond.
The short answer is that we've already provided to the committee the Google Earth KML files which show the location of the turbines. Now, the file that we've provided is a fixed file in the sense of the all infrastructure, which is the updated all infrastructure file we provided last week or the week before, rather. And what I mean by that is it shows all of the infrastructure. It doesn't allow you to click and isolate each of the turbines. But for Mr. Turner's benefit, I can show you on screen how to identify the coordinates for each of those turbines. And so this is the Google Earth image now, and you can see I've turned on the layer, which was the update KGPH all infrastructure file, which shows all of the infrastructure. If I take you to that same turbine, you can see, if I zoom in, this is Hedditch Hill here, and you can see the cursor is now sitting on what is wind turbine 10, according to the Appendix L numbering. You'll have to direct your attention. If I put it back on there, you can see in the bottom right of that image, you can see the particular coordinates. And I've set this up to be the same eastings and southings that are used for purposes of the Appendix L. There's various ways one can show coordinates, and you can do it differently. You can set it up how you like in Google Earth, and I've set it up to match those coordinate metric. And so if Mr. Turner wants to know what the coordinates are, he can use that Google Earth file to do it this way. It would be an exercise for us to produce a table. It would simply be the same coordinates, but with the different numbers. So I'm not sure that the ISC is really assisted by that.
So is the understanding that 4 sources of information need to be reviewed to appreciate the environmental impact of this project? So Appendix M, Appendix L, and the Google Earth information need to be cross-referenced just to see where a turbine is and what two identification systems are being used?
Whether it's necessary for me to respond to that, Madam Chair, I'm not certain. That what the ISC has before it is the EES in its entirety, and all of the information in that is the subject of assessment. So again, in respect of landscape impacts and how one understands the montages, you look at the numbering system that's used in that document, and it's very clearly set out. And if one wants to understand how the receptors have been identified and assessed through the shadow flicker, for example, you look at the numbering system that's been used and is set out clearly in that document. So I'm not sure what else. If the IAC needs more information.
Thank you. We'll give that some thought and we'll come back to you if we do have any further questions. And thank you, Mr. Turner. I do understand the intent of your question on the basis that eliminating any risk of confusion around which turbine's being discussed for which purpose. So the IRC will have a think about that and we'll come back to you if we do have any further questions. Mr. Turner, just to confirm, the process that Mr. Wright just took you through using the Google Earth to access those coordinates. I'm not sure that you're still with us, but if you are, I'll assume that that functionality will be of assistance to you and that you'll use that as required.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So, and if I may, just one further point of clarification. There's not two layouts. It's two naming systems that are used for the same position of the wind towers. Is that correct?
Thank you. That's clear. Thank you, Mr. Turner, for the questions. Yeah, great. So we will put our minds to how we need to navigate that, if at all, from the IAC's perspective. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chessel.
Okay, thank you. Well, they're the preliminary matters, and what I wanted to do then is move to the material that we'll be covering this week. Given that we've had a break in the hearing, I just wanted to make some brief observations about what we've addressed so far with a view to explaining what we'll be doing this week. And you recall that in the previous sitting week, we addressed you first on the benefits of the project, and we did that in opening the case. And we focused, of course, on the benefits attributable to the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and the conformity of the project with state and federal emissions reductions targets. And we also address you on the range of more localised benefits that are, in our submission, important in conducting an environmental impact assessment of this type. After the site inspection, we then started to address you on the various matters that are pertinent to the ecological impacts of the project. And we focused firstly on the hydrological impacts of the project, including on the Ramsar wetlands. And in our submission, that evidence demonstrated that that impact would be de minimis, that is, negligible. We then turned to the evidence of Mr. Galbraith, and Mr. Galbraith's evidence, of course, was principally directed toward demonstrating what in our submission was the highly conservative nature of the assessment of native vegetation loss that was undertaken in respect of the project, which we note itself is relatively modest, but nonetheless highly conservative, particularly having regard to the assumed loss along Boiler Swamp Road. And the core submission that we advance in respect of native vegetation loss is that the extent documented within the EES is itself acceptable. That is, the extent of loss documented within the EES should be considered acceptable, having regard to the relevant hierarchy. But it is very much a worst case outcome that is unlikely to eventuate, having regard to the nature of construction proposed along Boiler Swamp Road and the very real prospect of there being a significantly lesser impact on trees adjacent to Boiler Swamp Road. And indeed, in our submission, the location of the transmission infrastructure along and beneath Boiler Swamp Road is very much in keeping with the application of the hierarchy and avoiding impact on native vegetation, including vegetation contained within the national park. And so what we propose to do this week is to continue addressing you on the ecological impacts of the project and the various assessments that have been completed in respect of that. And what we're proposing to do, of course, is address the relevant topics in the order identified within the timetable. And so we'll start this morning by concluding the evidence in respect of native vegetation impacts. And then later today, the evidence that concerns what in essence are all species other than bats and birds, which are the subject of particular assessment. We don't anticipate that the topics that we'll be canvassing today are particularly controversial, that is relative to some of the other topics perhaps. And so what we're contemplating is, if we have time at the end of the day, that is after we've heard the evidence about native vegetation and about the other species, what we're proposing to do is come back and address you on some of the documents that were circulated last week that are particularly relevant to the evidence you'll hear in the latter part of this week and the early part of next week. That is the updated BAMP and the memoranda prepared by Identiflight, DHI Muse, the technologies that I mentioned earlier today that assist in monitoring, detection and curtailment, and also the report on the memorandum prepared by Symbolics, which is specifically targeted to carcass monitoring within a plantation setting, one of the matters that the department identified as warranting particular attention in respect of this project by virtue of its particular setting. So if all things go according to plan, we hope to be able to address you on some of those documents because they're really directly relevant to the evidence you'll hear tomorrow and over the rest of the week. If we don't get to them this afternoon, we'll address you on those tomorrow morning before we turn to the evidence on the Southern Bentwing Bat. Now, at the moment, we obviously have the 3 days of this week allocated to ecology evidence, and then the first day of the following week is really a catch-all day, if you like, to make sure we cover all of the relevant topics. And we'll conclude by addressing you on the updated BAMP and the Ecology Fund in more detail. In terms of the giving of evidence today, you'll see that we have Mr. Gibson and Mr. Organ. You'll see that we will no doubt shortly have Mr. Gibson and Mr. Organ. Mr. Organ, I think he's on that seat because of the microphone. Is that right, Mr. Organ? Yeah. So if you're happy, we'll have Mr. Organ set up at the end of that table and Mr. Gibson set up there. And as we've indicated, what we propose to do in broad terms is have, in this case, Mr. Gibson as the representative of the Biosis project team, address you on 2 things. Firstly, an explanation of the investigations that were undertaken in respect of each subtopic as documented within the EES. So essentially what was done, and then a summary of the key findings of the EES as they concern the relevant subtopic. That is what the relevant conclusions were in the EES. And it seems to us that some topics may require a greater degree of explanation than others. There's been considerable interest in the approach taken to the investigations in respect of Brolga, and so we'll be inviting Mr. Van Oster to provide a more detailed explanation of the process that was undertaken in respect of that assessment. What I would like to identify, though, at the outset is that both Mr. Gibson and Mr. Van Oster have prepared detailed witness statements to supplement the work that was in the EES. And I just wanted to make clear that while we won't be asking the Biosis representatives to step through those written statements, we do rely upon those statements as an expression of their evidence, and we'll be asking the committee to have regard to those statements, which, amongst other things, contain responses to matters raised in submissions and comments on mitigation measures and the like. So I did want to bring that to the committee's attention. We'll be making reference to those documents in submissions at appropriate times. So having, for each topic or subtopic, invited the Biosis expert to summarise those 2 things, we'll then invite Mr. Organ, in his capacity as the independent peer reviewer, to explain and walk through the basis of his independent assessment as documented within Mr. Organ's witness statements and the various other documents that have been prepared in response to the RFI materials. And there will necessarily be a degree of duplication, it seems to us, but we'll attempt to limit that where possible. And for Mr. Organ's evidence, you'll be asked, please, to have a copy of Mr. Organ's witness statement to hand. Mr. Organ has prepared some slides to assist in the giving of his evidence, but we'd also ask you to have the written statement to hand so we can walk through and address certain aspects of the written work before you. In terms of the cross-examination, as the committee's identified, we envisage that all submitters seeking to ask questions should have the opportunity to ask questions of one or both of the witnesses, And then, of course, in re-examination, we would have the opportunity to ask any relevant questions in reply. Before we turn to the particular evidence to be given in respect of native vegetation, the committee will have seen that in Mr. Organ's report, he's provided some overarching comments in respect of his approach to the peer review and in respect of the site's context and setting of an introductory nature. What I plan to do first is to qualify both of the witnesses in the sense of introducing them in the normal way. I was then going to invite Mr. Organ to address those matters before then turning to the topic-specific evidence about native vegetation, if that's convenient.
Before you do qualify the witnesses, I will just ask for people who intend to ask questions to put their hand up if they're online, just so that I can check people are with us for each of the sessions. But yeah, I didn't want to.
No, thank you.
Jumped ahead of you there.
No, that's a good time to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. So those, Mr. Cumming, your hand is up, which I do have noted, and I'll just check others to confirm whether you're intending to ask questions of the native vegetation, particularly to start with. So Mr. Turner as well has his hand up. Great, thank you. So I'll note that we can anticipate questions from those parties.
Thank you. The only other thing I was going to note before turning to the evidence is that we filed two written submissions relevant to the topics today. The first is a submission concerning biodiversity impacts generally, and the second is a topic-specific submission in respect of the fauna species to be addressed after native vegetation, that is essentially all species other than birds and bats. We do note, though, that the first topic, native vegetation, is a topic that we've already introduced by way of submissions, and we continue to rely on the submissions that were filed during the last sitting week. That's document 192. What I think is most convenient, or would be most convenient, is to perhaps finish the evidence in respect of native vegetation first, and then before we turn to the evidence to be given in respect of the other species, we address you on the introductory issues that we've raised in those documents. So we'll deal with native vegetation first, then we'll address you on the submissions we wish to make on all of the other topics, and then move to the other fauna species, if that's convenient.
Thank you.
Okay, in terms of getting ourselves organised, members of the committee, can I ask that you have the following documents open? Document 66 is Mr. Gibson's witness statement. Document 149 is the response to further information that was prepared, including with input from Mr. Gibson. Document 145 is the report prepared by Biosis, being the preliminary assessment of first-party private land offsets. That is the analysis that was completed specifically in respect of the documented species habitat units that were described within the EES. And then the only other document to note is a document that we'll have on the screen, being document 245, being the slide presentation in respect of native vegetation. So they're the documents that are most relevant to Mr. Gibson's evidence. And then in the case of Mr. Organ, as it concerns these topics, document 84 is the witness statement. Document 226 is the RFI response that Mr. Organ prepared in respect of various matters. And then document 247 are the slides that Mr. Organ will be referring to during his presentation. Would it be convenient to take 5 minutes just to make sure the committee has access to those documents, or be happy to
no, a couple of minutes would be good, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. We're good to go.
Thank you. Mr. Organ just advised me that there's a further RFI response that he prepared in respect of native vegetation matters, and we can turn to that in an appropriate time. What I'd like to do now is start by qualifying Mr. Gibson to give evidence. And Mr. Gibson, I'm just wondering, do we need to make any arrangements for Mr. Gibson to be seen on the screen? Is that something the committee would like? I think that
It would be
on your camera,
thank you. That's great.
that would be a good idea. And Mr. Organ, I'll ask you to do the same thing now. Okay, Mr. Gibson, would you please state your full? Have you got your microphone on there?
I believe so.
Okay, would you please state your full name?
Matthew Shane Gibson.
And you're a senior ecologist at Biosis, is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
And from where do you conduct your practice, Mr. Gibson?
I work out of the Ballarat office.
You've prepared a witness statement for the purposes of this committee process. Your qualifications and expertise are generally set out within section 3 of that document, is that correct? And that can be found at PDF page 8 for those who have the report in front of them.
That's correct, yep.
And can you please explain what experience you have in ecological research, survey and impact assessment?
I've been working in the field for nearly 30 years now, focusing mostly on Western Victorian project work, ecological impact assessments, native vegetation assessments, threatened species assessments, etc. Been with Biosis since 2012. Prior to that, I was with Ballarat University, now Federation University, doing a range of other consulting and research work.
And what experience do you have in respect of the assessment of ecological impacts of projects of this type?
Well, this particular project I've been working on for nearly 5 years now. I've worked on other renewable energy projects in southwest Victoria, including solar and wind projects. A lot of other impact assessments of linear infrastructure projects, road, rail, that kind of thing, residential as well. So,
and can you please indicate what your formal qualifications are as they're relevant to your area of expertise?
So, Bachelor of Applied Science from Ballarat University. It's the primary one. Yep.
Thank you. Now, do you have page or PDF page 8 of your report before you?
Yes.
In section 3.3, you identify those parts of the EES impact assessment that you were involved in. Can you please explain to the committee what particular role you played in the preparation of reports that were appended to the EES?
Sure. Yeah, so I was the project manager of the Biosis environmental impact assessment for the Kentbruck project, and was a primary author on Appendix C, the flora and fauna existing conditions and impact assessment, and Appendix E, southern bettling bat assessment. In relation to the bird and bat adaptive management plan, I'm also an author, but my involvement in that was more quality assurance and input, as well as some writing, but yeah, certainly not the primary author on that document.
Okay, thank you. Now, at section 3.4, you describe work that you've completed and updates that you've completed since the EES was advertised. Can you please briefly explain to the committee the nature of that additional work?
So, yeah, primarily this has been review of new information that's come to light since the publication of the EES, mostly in relation to southern bettling bat. Yeah, would you like me to go through those particular documents?
Yes, I think briefly, yeah.
Yeah, so there's been several papers produced by DECA, including GPS tracking of southern bettling bat from the Portland population. There's a number of others as well, which we haven't listed here because they came out after the witness statement was produced, but Also, the literature review by Lentini, Lumsden and Harton, and a range of other DECA presentations. At the time of the expert witness statement, the handbook was still in draft form, and there were a number of presentations that led up to the production of that handbook, which I've reviewed. In terms of additional work, it mostly relates to Southern Bentwing Bat and some consideration of those additional documents.
Okay. And can I ask that you confirm that you're in a position to address the committee as to the significance of those further materials at an appropriate time?
Yes.
During the course of giving your evidence before the committee?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I ask you, please, to advise whether there's any corrections or modifications that you need to make to your written report before the committee?
Not at this point, no.
Are the matters of fact contained within the report true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And are the matters of opinion expressed therein opinions that you genuinely hold?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you also contributed to the preparation of a response to a request made for further information by the committee, and in particular, document 149. Are you familiar with that response document?
Yes.
And again, are there any modifications or corrections that you need to make in respect of that document?
No.
Do you adopt it then as a summary of your evidence in respect of those matters?
Yes.
The other document that I wanted to identify for the purposes of the native vegetation evidence is document 145, which was a report prepared by BIOSIS, being a preliminary assessment of first-party private land offsets prepared in respect of the documented species habitat units. Is that a report that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Did you have any direct involvement in the preparation of that report?
Only some quality assurance. Yeah.
And have you had an opportunity to review that report and consider its implications in respect of the evidence that you give today?
Yes.
And can I ask that you address any consequences or any matters arising from that report in the giving of your evidence today?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, members of the committee, what I propose to do now is move to Mr. Organ, introduce Mr. Organ, and have him address a similar suite of matters, and then we can turn to the more substantive evidence if that's convenient.
Yes, Mr. Chisel, I do have one question though, and it may be something that we get presented on, but I'll flag it now in the document 149 where it does make note that further information will be provided regarding the offset process to the IAC as soon as it is available. So paragraph 21, or under the heading number 21, I did have a question about that, and it may be something that you cover off on through the evidence and submissions, but I had noted that to check with you
Yes,
the timing of that.
Bear with me one moment. Yes, as I'm instructed, we're finalising that information for filing today. It concerns a relatively discrete matter about sites 6 and 7 as identified within the offset report.
Okay, thank you.
But I think that'll be tabled shortly.
Thank you.
Yes, Aaron Kenneth Organ. Yep, just turned it off.
Your, is this microphone here on in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have access, Mr. Organ, to what is document number 84, being your expert witness statement?
Yes, I do.
And can I invite you to please turn to PDF page 5. And there you'll see a section headed Author's Experience. Yes, see that? Now, can you please confirm that you're the Director and Principal Ecologist at Ecology and Heritage Partners, Proprietary Limited?
That's correct.
And from where do you conduct your practice, Mr. Organ?
From 292 Mount Alexander Road in Ascot Vale.
Are your qualifications and expertise to prepare the report and give the evidence before the committee summarised in part 1?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you please briefly describe those for the benefit of the committee?
Yep. So yeah, I've been essentially working in the industry for 30 years, and in that capacity, about 25 years in an ecological consulting capacity. Worked on numerous projects across southwest Victoria, more broadly across southeastern Australia, including multiple proposed wind farm projects, which I've outlined in the second paragraph there, some of which include the Delburn Wind Farm, Stockyard Hill Wind Farm, the Robbins Island Wind Farm in Tasmania, Inverleigh Wind and Solar Farm, and the Mortlake South and East Wind Farm projects, along with a number of other projects that I'm working on currently in my capacity. Just another thing to note, I was recently attended some of the workshops that DECA ran as part of the update to the guidelines or the new handbook with respect to Brolga, and on the native vegetation stakeholder reference group with DECA as part of the guidelines over the last few years.
Thank you. And can you please confirm, Mr. Ogden, what your relevant qualifications are to prepare the report and give the evidence before the committee?
Yes, I've got an undergraduate degree in natural resource management and a postgraduate degree in planning and environment.
Are there any modifications or corrections that you need to make to your written report?
No.
Are the matters of fact contained therein true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And are the matters of opinion expressed therein opinions that you genuinely hold?
Yes, I do.
Do you adopt it then as a record of your evidence in respect of the pertinent matters to be considered by the committee?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ogden, can I ask you to please explain in broad terms the role that you played in reviewing the EES?
Yeah, so I was originally engaged in early this year, so March this year, to undertake a broad peer review of the ecological investigations that have been undertaken to date as part of the EES, principally the biosis assessments. So that looked at a desktop assessment and then more broadly a detailed assessment on site during the course of a number of days out in the field. So it was to provide independent review of that work and provide feedback with respect to how those assessments, so the impact assessment, accords with the various requirements under scoping requirements in the EES, and also whether those surveys were undertaken to the correct standards, so minimum survey requirements under the EPBC Act or under state guidelines. So that was my role, and then also to review and respond to the relevant submissions that have been provided as part of the EES.
Okay. Mr. Ogden, to complete the exercise, you have prepared, as I understand it, 2 documents responding to requests for information made by the committee. The first is a document that I didn't reference a moment ago. That is document 186, which forms part of technical note 20. And is that a response that you prepared concerning issues relating to native vegetation specifically?
Yes, I do. Yes, I did.
And are there any corrections or modifications that you need to make in respect of that document?
No.
Is it an accurate record of the evidence that you give in respect of those matters?
Yes, it is.
The second document is document 226. It is technical note 22, which contains a document that you prepared in respect of other aspects of the committee's request for further information. Again, can you please confirm whether or not there are any corrections or modifications you need to make to that written report?
No, I don't.
And do you adopt it then as a record of your evidence in respect of those matters?
Yes, I do.
The only other document for present purposes is document 247. They're the slides that you've prepared, and I'll invite you to address the committee in respect of those matters in due course. Now, before turning to Mr. Gibson to give his summary of the impact assessment as it concerns native vegetation, are there any other aspects, Mr. Organ, of your peer review or any other overarching observations that you'd like to make before we turn to topic-specific issues?
Just from the outset, it's probably important for the committee to appreciate the broader landscape and the values surrounding the project area versus what's actually on the project area. I think there's a lot of key values that have been documented in the various reports, so a range of threatened flora and fauna species and ecological communities, along with a range of threatened species that occur throughout this landscape in southwest Victoria. Obviously, the committee's seen a number of the submissions raising concerns around the various ecological matters with the Ramsar wetland and the Lower Glenelg National Park and other national parks surrounding the site. But I just wanted to make that distinction between, and it will certainly come to light during the course of the next few days with respect to the broader landscape values versus the site itself, a pine plantation that's highly modified, currently operated and used as that, which that's demonstrated by the lack of ecological values on the site itself. Also, it's important to note that the mitigation hierarchy, which I'll touch on during the course of my evidence, it's not whether a project will have an impact on any particular species, it's whether that impact will have a significant impact under the relevant legislation. So the project was referred under the EES and also under the EPBC Act, which it was subsequently determined to be a controlled action. And my understanding is that assessment by the Commonwealth is essentially accrediting the EES process, but that does not mean that additional controls or measures or conditions won't be put on this project should it be approved by the state. The Commonwealth will also have conditions of approval that relate to the specific matters of national environmental significance above and beyond what's potentially required under the state EES process. So it's whether those residual impacts can be offset and met, so that mitigation hierarchy, which I'll go through over the course of the next few days. That's essentially it in terms of an overall review, introduction.
Okay.
I'm happy, obviously, to go in a lot more detail after Mr. Gibson's evidence.
Yeah, no, I think that's sufficient for present purposes. So, Member Kendall, what we propose to do now is turn to Mr. Gibson and hear his presentation or summary presentation about native vegetation impacts. I'm mindful of the time. Would you like to break now?
I think we should break now. So we'll break until 11:40 or just, 15 minutes and
Yes.
Come back for the evidence. That
Thank
would
you.
be good. Thank you.
Matt going to share his screen, or is he going to? You'll share your screen. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chessel.
Thank you. Well, we're ready to get underway. What we have on the screen is document 245, which is Mr. Gibson's slides concerning ecological matters, but native vegetation in particular. Mr. Gibson, I think we've really addressed the first slide and the second slide, I think, looking at those. Perhaps what I'll ask you to do with the second slide, just explain for the committee how it is you've managed the division between the evidence that you will give and the evidence that Mr. Van Oster will give, and why that division was considered appropriate.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Good morning again, everybody. Yeah, there's a lot of material to cover through the EES. We did work out a split of evidence based on our involvement in the project and our expertise, with myself covering primarily native vegetation, non-flying animals, including aquatic species, mammals, etc. And myself also covering the non-wetland birds, so non-wetland and non-migratory birds. So Mr. Van Oster will be providing evidence on the other birds, so migratory species, wetland dependent species, primarily, and I'll also be talking briefly about some of the non-threatened flying birds. Yeah,
Okay.
but
Thank you. Now, the rest of this document is the summary presentation that you've prepared in respect of native vegetation impacts. Can I invite you to please address the committee in respect of those matters? And there will be a couple of questions I have at the end of that, picking up on some matters raised in submissions and updates to the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas and the like.
Sure. Yeah, so as I previously stated, I was heavily involved in coordinating the field assessment process and reporting and recommendations around design, which has all been documented in EES Appendix C. In terms of field surveys, I spent, I think it was roughly about 60 hours on site over several years, with most of the work being done in 2020. So starting with native vegetation, our process followed requirements under Planning Scheme Clause 5217 and the guidelines for the removal of native vegetation produced by DECA and the handbook. So we did a range of vegetation mapping throughout the project area in 2020. We focused on the project area itself rather than areas outside. We undertook vegetation quality assessments using the habitat hectares approach. That was also done throughout 2020. Again, focusing on areas within the project area and in particular areas where there may be unavoidable impacts. A lot of the plantation is subject to the plantation exemption under Clause 5217. So the relevance of that is that we didn't map in detail every native plant occurring in the plantation. As my understanding is, those areas are covered by that plantation exemption. So within the plantation area, our focus was on the areas of public land, road reserves, and then and then areas outside the plantation. So throughout 2020, we also undertook a range of targeted surveys for threatened flora species. So for these surveys, we spread them throughout the year to coincide with the flowering and detectability periods of the key species we were looking for. And where possible, we visited reference sites for those species, which were known locations where those species had been detected previously. And in most cases, they were outside the project area, but the purpose of that was to confirm, flowering and detectability within the times we were there. In 2022, we undertook another assessment along Boiler Swamp Road to reassess the trees that may be impacted along there, primarily after we identified a need to correct the species identifications that were done in the initial arborist assessment. And yeah, in 2023, there was some additional mapping and vegetation quality assessment of areas to be impacted along the transport route between Portland and the site. So throughout the development of the project, we undertook various iterations of the impact calculations with the focus of reducing impacts where possible. We worked closely with NEON to look at ways of reducing the design, micrositing features to avoid impacts to native vegetation. And as I stated, our process followed the relevant DECA guidance, including the Victoria's guidelines for the removal, destruction and lopping of native vegetation, the Assessor's Handbook that accompanies that, the Australian Standard for the Protection of Trees and Development Sites. And we also, as required, considered impacts to DECA mapped wetlands in the calculations. I note the Australian standards have been updated just in the last, we've been made aware of it just in the last week or so, but as Mr. Chessel stated earlier, I don't think it's going to have a substantive impact on the way we've undertaken the work. I'm not going to spend much time going through the nature of the vegetation on the site. I'll go straight to impacts. I guess it's probably worth just summarising within the pine plantation itself. The area was cleared, I believe, around the 80s, or possibly a bit earlier than that. Had been used as farmland for some time before establishment of pine plantations. So generally, not much native vegetation present in the plantation section of the site. There is some regeneration mostly around the margins of the site where it's close to surrounding conservation reserves. And the pre-1750 ecological vegetation class mapping identifies a range of woodland and scrubland EVCs within that area, which are all documented in our Appendix C and my witness statement. So approximately half of the overall impacts of the project, as assessed, relate to Boiler Swamp Road, and we became aware of the population of applejack, Eucalyptus splendens, in that area during the process. The species wasn't previously at the start of the process. It wasn't listed under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. It became listed during our work, and it was known from prior to our work. It was known from a pretty small section of the Mount Richmond area, but also anecdotally known by Parks Victoria that it was more widespread within the Carbobony Forest. So the work that we did in 2022 was to go through the entire length of Boiler Swamp Road and identify any applejacks that were missed in the original arborist assessment. So we made use of the arborist's spatial information and structural information on tree size and dimensions, but we reattributed the species as needed for both applejack and western peppermint as well. So we made a range of recommendations. The avoidance of applejack was seen as an important, because it's listed as a critically endangered species, this was seen as important by the regulators throughout the process. So we undertook to work out with NEON a way of avoiding all impacts to applejack via micrositing of the alignment within the road corridor and specification of directional drilling where needed to avoid applejacks. So those design modifications have shown in the final version of our flora and fauna report in Appendix C. So the process, I think it's worth just running through the process that we went through to determine which trees may be impacted. Where I'm not an arborist, and Biosis are not arborists, so we rely on the guidance in the handbook, which makes reference to the protection of trees and development sites, with the key feature being how to identify a tree protection zone, and then how to identify an assumed loss, which is where more than 10% of that tree protection zone is impacted, which is termed major encroachment. Trees with less than 10% of impact are termed minor encroachment and generally aren't considered as lost. For any trees, so this includes large and small trees, we assessed all trees along Boiler Swamp Road that were that had 10% encroachment or more. For any trees deemed as lost, the area of the loss was assessed as the canopy area as patch loss. And then if the tree was a large tree, it was included a large tree according to the EVC benchmarks, I should state, so which is trees with a diameter at breast height of greater than the benchmark diameter. They are also included in the native vegetation removal report as individual large trees impacted. So the total numbers of trees having minor encroachment was also tabulated, which was in response to a request from Parks Victoria. Should also state our information was used in formulation of the consent application that went through to Parks Victoria for the works along Boiler Swamp Road, which I believe is Appendix Z. Is that right? Yep. So in terms of overall impacts, the wind farm itself resulted in an impact of 4.92 hectares with only one large tree impacted. That's roughly half of the total impacts. For the transmission line, we broke this down again as requested by Parks Victoria into sections within Kibobony National Park, sections within Kibobony Forest Park, and other areas that were outside those two areas. And there was also some minor impact related to the transport route. Where road modifications were needed within the for entry points within the site, we've included those in the wind farm impacts. So the transport route impacts are such a small number because they only relate to off-site impacts. So which was I think only an impact of one area where there was a need to get out of a depot. So the total large tree impact comes out at 228. And I think that covers most of that.
Just for the sake of clarity, for the purposes of those losses attributable to the national park and the forest park, to what extent are those losses a consequence of the application of deemed impacts by application of a handbook and the Australian standard?
Entirely.
Okay.
Yeah. So all of the losses along Kembobony National Park and Kembobony Forest Park adjacent to Boiler Swamp Road are deemed or assumed losses due to tree protection zone impacts. So
thank you.
Yeah, again, I'm not an arborist, so I'll leave it to the arborist to comment on the likelihood of those being real impacts. Yep. So we also tabulated in our flora and fauna assessment the individual species that were impacted by these deemed losses. So the minor encroachment, we've included those figures for reference, but they're really not. They don't have to be considered as impacts. As you can see, there's no impact to Applejack, which isn't a coincidence because it was specifically designed to. The works were designed to totally avoid those impacts. There was a small number of manigums, roughbark manigums impacted. These were up the eastern end of Boiler Swamp Road, where manigum becomes a bit more common. And I note there has been some community concern about impacts to manigums and impacts to koalas as a primary feed tree. I'll talk a bit more about Western peppermint and Applejack when I talk about threatened species.
Mr. Gibson, we'll come back to this in a moment, but if we focus on if you go back to the previous slide and you look at the number of trees that are identified as being subject to a major encroachment, one sees, at least under the previous iteration of the Australian standard, one sees a total of 424 trees. How, in broad terms, does that relate to the number of large trees that were identified in the previous slide as being impacted by the proposal within the Kembobony National Park and Forest Park?
Well, yeah, it's 145 plus 71 of those were large trees.
Yep, so 216 in total. And what is the definition of a large tree as opposed to the trees that are identified in the slide that you have on PDF page 8? Well, perhaps I'll put it this way. Is the slide on the next image a slide that is limited to large trees or to all trees?
No, this is all trees. So yeah, anything down to less than 10 centimeters diameter. So yeah, tree size is trees have to be greater than 3 meters tall to be considered a tree. Their size class is determined by their diameter at breast height. Although, the new standards refer to this as diameter at standard height, which is about 1.4 meters. If that diameter is greater than what's specified in the EBC benchmark for the corresponding EBC, then they're considered large trees. So that in these EBCs, it's generally around the 60 or 70 centimetre mark. But it does vary across there. There was several different EBCs throughout the Kembobony forest that most of them would be large trees would be greater than 70 centimetres in diameter.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question of clarification as well about language. It's a question I did put to the proponent in week 1. When you're referring to minor encroachment and avoidance of impact, are you equating those concepts? So a minor encroachment is stuff when you're referring to avoiding impact, are you calling it? Is it the same concept?
They're really just trees that aren't impacted.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So minor encroachment is you're equating it with avoidance completely. I understand that it is noted as not lost.
Yep.
Yes.
yeah, the numbers are included under request from, Parks Victoria and others during the process of formulating the ES documents. We wouldn't normally present numbers of trees that are minor encroachment because they're not impacted.
Thank you. That's clear.
That's consistent with our position as well. So when we describe trees that are not impacted, we are referring to trees pursuant to the previous standard that were not subject to a greater than 10% encroachment. Mm-hmm. So trees up to a 10% encroachment are identified as being impacted to a minor degree pursuant to the Australian standard and not affected for the purposes of the impact assessment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess the key distinction is trees having minor encroachment don't have to be considered as a loss and flowing through into the offset requirements. Yep. I think we've dealt with that. So yeah, in terms of the overall offset specification, the removal of 8.696 hectares results in a general offset requirement of 0.536 general units, including 228 large trees. And there's also species offsets required for 4 species, which are listed there: lax twig sedge, overleaf ligonia, scented sun, spider orchid, and leafy greenwood. Yeah, I think it's just worth mentioning because we've had the arborist's presentation last week or 2 weeks ago. So the implications of, reducing the extent of impact that might flow through to a native vegetation report. Yeah, as I stated, 33% of the overall impacts are due to these assumed tree losses. And any reduction in those is going to greatly reduce the overall native vegetation impact and the offset requirement as well. And there's a couple of species in the specific offsets that are close to the threshold point at which they are no longer required. So I think we haven't run these numbers yet, but I think it's likely that at least a couple of those species would no longer be required if the overall reduction if the overall native vegetation impact is reduced. And there was also, I was instructed to look at some changes in the transport route. There was a couple of intersections that were no longer required to be impacted, which I've documented in my evidence statement, and that also led to a reduction of about 1/4 of a hectare in overall impact. Those impacts are still in the figures we're presenting here in terms of the total impact of 8.696 hectares. So yeah, they're still in there at this point. So in terms of the strategy for obtaining the offsets, offsets are available by a combination of existing credit sites and purchase of potential blocks, which has been the subject of some of the recent work that I understand is about to be sent through to the committee again. For our EES documents, we undertook a desktop assessment of these sites and looked at what offsets they might produce, and had reasonable confidence that they were likely to be sufficient for producing the offsets. Yeah, so there has been some site assessments undertaken in the last couple of weeks to firm that up, I guess, with some site-based data.
And just on that point, Mr. Gibson, have you are the assessments that you're referring to in part the assessment completed by your firm, document 145, being the preliminary assessment of biodiversity offset sites for the project?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
And Can you just very briefly summarise what that work suggests about the capacity to deliver the offsets as they concern first-party private land, that is the species-specific offsets?
Yeah, well, in summary, the sites that are being considered have got sufficient offsets available. I understand that some of them there are some existing covenants on those sites, which means that the gains that can be obtained at those sites are a bit less than if they didn't have those covenants. But even with those in place, there's still sufficient offsets there. So basically, what that means is that those threatened species are modelled to occur on those sites, and therefore they can satisfy the specific offset requirements.
Okay.
So some combination of those sites.
Okay, thank you.
So moving to threatened flora. Yeah, as I stated earlier, we undertook a range of targeted surveys to focusing on areas of native vegetation to detect targeted threatened species in the area. There is quite a lot of significant species that occur within the surrounding conservation reserves, including Discovery Bay Coastal Park and Lower Glenelg National Park and the Koboboni Forest. This is partly due to the location of the site being tucked away in far southwest Victoria. We always tend to get more state-listed species when we get close to state boundaries, but there's also nationally listed species occurring down there as well. So we've talked about applejack already. I might just say a little bit more about applejack. It's a species that's related to the manigum and scentbark group. Quite difficult to distinguish from those species. And yeah, prior to the work being undertaken, it was only recorded from a pretty small geographic area. And when the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act was updated, which happened during the project, and a considerable number of species were added to the list as part of the common assessment process. Applejack was assigned a critically endangered status, which was largely due to its highly restricted geographic extent. So we now know that it's actually quite abundant within the Koboboni Forest. We've assessed it along pretty much the full length of Boiler Swamp Road, and it is widely present there. We haven't looked beyond that. We haven't sort of gone north and south from that to confirm that it's located more widely through the Koboboni Forest, but we've got no reason to suspect that it isn't, because the Boiler Swamp Road's not following a particular environment type or anything. It's just cutting through the reserve. So would expect there to be a lot more applejack in there than is currently known, and possibly if it was assessed more fully, it may not satisfy the critically endangered status, but that's not something that's relevant to this assessment. So there's also Western Peppermint recorded along Boiler Swamp Road. Western Peppermint was also added to the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act around the same time as a vulnerable species. There's 83 of those assumed to be impacted. There's also, I think there is a couple of those up the Haywood end of the project, which are direct impacts, not just pre-protection zone impacts. And again, this is a very widespread species in southwest Victoria. It occurs widely west of Portland, within the Grampians, within the Otways, within the western and eastern Otways. It's actually one of the dominant species in the region, and a lot of vegetation in the Portland region is dominated by it, which I guess is why we gave a higher priority to avoidance of applejack than we did to western peppermint, because western peppermint is pretty abundant in the area and it doesn't appear to be under immediate threat from other pressures. We also, within the site itself, we also recorded some June fanflower in several locations within and close to infrastructure. This is one of the species that we're recommending pre-construction surveys for, to make sure that any locations are marked and avoided if possible during construction, so there's no unintentional impact. Along Boiler Swamp Road, there was several other threatened species occurring adjacent to the road and quite close in some instances. Small sickle greenhood, one flower early Nancy, hairy boronia, rough daisy bush, warri bossia, tiny violet. And again, we recommend surveys of these. We've got some good information already, but given the time that's likely to pass between when these documents were produced and when construction occurs, it's warranted to do some further surveys and make sure those are marked and avoided from any unintentional impacts. But the works are committing to not impacting beyond the road surface anyway, so there shouldn't be any risk of those being impacted. I think that I was it in terms of native veg.
Okay, just a couple of matters before we turn to Mr. Organ. Firstly, just a matter of clarification. At part 3.2 of your witness statement, you indicated that you had completed approximately 60 days of on-site fieldwork. I think that in giving your evidence a moment ago, you indicated you'd completed 60 hours on site.
That's completely wrong. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, days. Yeah, not hours. Yeah.
60 days. Okay,
yeah,
thank
sorry.
you. Now, on Friday of last week, we were advised that there had been an update to the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, or indeed a number of updates. One of those updates, as I understand it, concerned the identification of native vegetation contained within the project site. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Do you mean the VBA records from Jonathan Tuck?
Yes.
Yes. That's right. Yep.
Could you just briefly explain what that updated entry shows and what implications, if any, it has to your assessment?
I'll just bring up the map for that if that's
yes.
right. Yep.
We'll table a document that records the relevant mapping in due course.
Let's see. I'll just stop sharing for a moment. Sorry, I should have had this one up. Yeah, so amongst primarily the data we received was fauna related, but there were a couple of flora records. There was a yellow gum record from well outside the project area, but of relevance, there was a record of coast bitterbush within the project area, and you can see the record here quite close to where one of the existing roads that's proposed to be used. So that's species that
just to confirm, what you're identifying there is the small green dot, is it?
Probably hard to see. yeah, there's a small green dot there just below the, just here.
And what does that green dot relate to?
So that's a record of Coast Bitterbush, which was, well, there's actually 2 records at the same location, from one from 2021 and one from 2022, of 10 and 30 individual plants. So this is a species we considered in our likelihood assessments. It occurs within the further south within Discovery Bay Coastal Reserve. There were some very old records of it further north along Portland Nelson Road, but we didn't record any in the plantation itself. So this is a useful record to have documented and make sure that we can avoid it. And so we'd be recommending this is included in any pre-construction surveys so that we can confirm that it's still there and look to avoid any impact to it.
Okay. You've identified now on a couple of occasions the benefit of pre-construction surveys. I'm going to invite Ms. Guild to share her screen and put the day 1 mitigation measures on the screen. And we'll start, please, with mitigation measure BD10. First, I'll ask Mr. Gibson, have you had an opportunity to review the mitigation measures and the day 1 modifications to those mitigation measures?
Yes.
We'll start with mitigation measure BD10. Does this mitigation measure adequately provide for the pre-clearance targeted flora and fauna surveys that you contemplate being desirable to be completed?
Yes. Yeah. So the key point is the first one. Surveys for listed species within areas of native vegetation removal.
And would those surveys include surveys in respect of the what I'll say is newly identified patch of native vegetation that you identified a moment ago, albeit the records date back to 2021 and 2022?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be looking to revisit any previous records of threatened plants that we recorded through there or in the databases.
I'd like to next ask you some questions about mitigation measure BD07. This is the mitigation measure concerning Boiler Swamp Road. Have you had an opportunity to review the proposed modifications to this mitigation measure?
Yes.
You'll see on the screen that what this mitigation measure proposes is a framework that would result in the resolution of the alignment of the infrastructure to be delivered along Boiler Swamp Road, and that that framework would require, prior to the commencement of works, a report being prepared to the satisfaction of DECA, addressing a number of things: the precise alignment of the transmission line, the proposed construction methodologies to be implemented, and the results of route investigations that have been undertaken to inform the proposed alignment. And do you see that the relevant route investigations to inform the proposed alignment will be based under this model on sampling at the edges of the proposed construction corridor in the proximity of representative trees beside Boiler Swamp Road? See that?
Yes. Yep.
And what it goes on to specify is that there may be different techniques used to inform that sampling program, which program must be approved by DECA prior to the commencement of the investigations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, these provisions were the subject of evidence given by Mr. Galbraith during the first week of the hearing. And during the course of Mr. Galbraith's evidence, a question was put to Mr. Galbraith by DECA, at least identified by DECA, concerning the desirability or need for arboricultural assessments to be undertaken not in respect of a sample of trees, but in respect of each and every tree that could potentially be affected immediately adjacent to Boiler Swamp Road. Do you have a view, Mr. Gibson, about the desirability or otherwise of a sampling program as opposed to a program whereby arboricultural assessments are undertaken for each and every tree?
Yeah, I think for a project of this scale, it would be reasonable to sample the trees, focusing on the ones that are most at risk first. And yeah, clearly, if it can be determined that those largest trees closest to the road aren't at risk, then it follows that the smaller trees further away from the road are also not at risk. So my understanding of the processes that are in place through the handbook and the Australian standard were really designed initially for much smaller projects where subdivisions, buildings and the like, rather than like big, large linear projects. So yeah, I think, the purpose of the work is to determine the level of offset, the level of impact and offset required. So if that can be informed by a sampling process, I think it'd be a more efficient way forward.
While we're on mitigation measures, Mr. Gibson, do you have any other observations that you'd like to make in respect of any modifications to mitigation measures concerning native vegetation?
Not in addition to what was in my statement.
No, thank you.
No, yeah.
And are you satisfied that the matters that you've identified within your statement in respect of mitigation measures have been adequately addressed within the day one version?
Yes.
Now, the only other exercise I wanted to complete with you concerns the accounting for native vegetation removal and some queries that have been made by Mr. Turner in regards to different figures contained within different parts of the EES. And I should indicate, Member Kendall will prepare a document that sets out this reconciliation, but the exercise might be aided by putting certain matters to Mr. Gibson. Now, Mr. Gibson, you've already explained in your presentation the different accounts, if you like, of tree removal that you've documented within the EES, that is within Appendix C. I'd like to invite you to please comment on, firstly, Mr. Galbraith's accounting for trees to be removed. And what I'd like to do is, if possible, start with document number 65, which is Mr. Galbraith's expert evidence. And at page 4, Mr. Galbraith identifies, as I understand it, a total of 506 trees to be removed. While we have that material, oh, here it is, thank you. Are you familiar with this section of Mr. Galbraith's report?
Yes.
And in broad terms, can you identify why it is there are differences in the number of trees recorded within Mr. Galbraith's report as opposed to the accounting documented within Appendix C that you identified a moment ago?
Yeah, I think there's a fairly clear typo in the highlighted section there, where it states that there's 312 of 114 swamp gums. Our report and the table I put up previously documents 32 swamp gum impacts. So
yes,
I'm not sure where the 114 numbers come from, but
yeah, okay. So instead of 312, you would consider the correct number to be 32.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, and the rest of those, the 83, and the rest of those numbers line up with our table.
Okay. Then there's a reference in the submitter's query to a reference to 216 trees contained within Appendix Z, which is the National Parks Approval Consent Application. I think we have that on the screen. Can you explain what it is we're looking at? That is what this document records?
Yeah, so this is a native vegetation removal report, which are produced through DECA's systems. So the number of large trees proposed to be removed figure there of 216. So yeah, as I was stating before, these are trees that have a diameter greater than the EBC benchmark diameter. It's not a total number of trees; it's just numbers of large trees. Yeah, and for that appendix, there were two different NVR reports produced, one for the national park and one for the forest park. Oh well, sorry, one for the national park and one for the total area, including the forest park.
Okay. Then the last reference within the EES is to Appendix C and to the 408 trees, and I think that's the second of the. Well, I'll perhaps invite that to be put on the screen, and we can then ask you to comment on what it is that reference describes. So I've got page 739 of Appendix C. Yes, so this is a record within the arborist report that is appended to Appendix C.
Yes. Yeah, so the arborist report was done at a very early stage of the process. At the time, the design approach was a scenario, which was just trenching of a certain width down the middle of the road, and the arborist undertook and did his own calculations on that, which is what's come up with that 104 trees. So the arborist report was not updated, with the final design. So basically, there's that number's not really relevant to the final impacts. We included the arborist report in our reporting because we did make use of the spatial data collected by the arborist for our impact assessment. It was all collected with highly accurate differential GPS. So we made use of that data, which is why we reproduced a copy of the arborist report. The arborist report was updated to correct the species identifications based on our input, but the approach taken to assessing the impacts was no longer reflected the current design at the time.
And are the matters that you've just described matters that are set out within the appendix, that is described within the work that you completed?
Yeah, yes, we've in the preamble to that appendix, we stepped through those.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Member Kendall, we'll come back and document those matters so that there's a clear reconciliation, if you like, between the differences in the numbers. What we propose to do now, though, is turn to Mr. Organ and invite him to address his peer review of the impact assessment undertaken in respect of native vegetation, and then that will complete the evidence in chief in respect of this matter.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Organ, you might want to, I don't know whether you want to share your screen for the purposes of this part of your assessment. Members of the committee, as I indicated earlier, Mr. Organ will be making reference to his written report. So it's useful to have that available to you where necessary.
Thanks. I've only got about 4 or 5 slides in my slide deck that are relevant for today. I won't share it at this stage. However, I will share other documents for ease of presentation, but I will step through my evidence and I'll mention the page number and section number, so if you can follow me as I go through my evidence. I've mentioned my qualifications and the scope of the review, which is outlined on page number 7. So I've included the letter of instructions in Appendix 1 of my evidence. So I initially was engaged or received a letter of instructions on the 20th of March this year. That was the first engagement or involvement I've had on this project. Have had no prior involvement in the project prior to that date. So myself or our firm weren't involved in any ecological investigations or detailed discussions or advice to the proponent for this project. And And so therefore, I was engaged to look at it, undertaking an independent review of the work that's been undertaken as part of the EES. I've outlined that in section 3.2, the scope, which is relevant. So the main technical documents which I touched on that I've looked at in detail include the existing conditions report and impact assessment, and I've referenced that as BIOSIS 2024A, the Brolga impact assessment, the Southern Bentwin back assessment, and also the draft BAMP that was provided at that point in time. And I've also reviewed the updated BAMP that's come through recently as part of my review. As mentioned earlier, I provided 2 supplementary technical notes, which I'm happy to go through, one with respect to native vegetation, which is relevant for today, and the other ones are pertinent to Southern Bentwing bat and Brolga and other matters that we'll touch on this week. It's important to note, again, on page number 8, the overarching goal with respect to biodiversity for this project. So that's outlined in the scoping requirements for the project, and I'll read what they are. Essentially, it's to avoid and minimise potential adverse effects on biodiversity values within the project site and its environs, including native vegetation, listed species and ecological communities, which I'll be speaking about that today, and other protected species and habitat for those species. With respect to the review, I undertook a detailed desktop assessment, so that looked at a range of public documents that essentially guide the impact assessment with regard to minimum survey requirements. So the government publications, which are outlined on page 9 of my evidence, 4.1.1, one of which is the matters of national environmental significance. There are clear guidelines and thresholds that determine what a significant impact is for a matter of national environmental significance, which the technical report, BIOSIS 2024A, outlines that assessment under the EPBC Act in a methodical and thorough way. There's also the EPBC Act policy statement, wind farm industry, Australian guidelines, along with minimum survey requirements, and then the various action statements and recovery plans pertinent to or relevant to the various species for this project. Relevant for today is the guidelines, so the native vegetation guidelines that were updated in 2017. I'll go through probably a bit more detail with respect to that, particularly in relation to the decision guidelines for a detailed assessment pathway. So this project, given the extent of proposed removal, albeit largely associated with a precautionary principle with respect to the tree protection zone incursion, that has led to or resulted in a detailed assessment pathway under the guidelines. I've also undertaken an up-to-date desktop review. So as part of any ecological assessment, a consultant is engaged by the proponent to look at relevant flora and fauna databases. So that included the Atlas of Living Australia, the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, BirdLife Australia Atlas, and a range of other information sources such as iNaturalist. So there's a range of data that's essentially kept on a central repository that we can access. So I accessed that in April this year. So that was given that there was some time that passed between the ecological investigations that BIOSIS undertook. So they interrogated the relevant databases in 2022. I've subsequently followed up with a review of that database, which I'll get the date in a minute, but that was in April this year, which resulted in a number of additional flora and fauna species, threatened species that are on that register or on the Atlas. And it's probably as a result of either a different search area. So we tried to make it consistent with the previous search, but often you'll pick up additional species because the search area might be slightly different to the original search area. that was undertaken as part of the desktop review that Biosis undertook. And then subsequently, there's been additional records on those databases, which I'll go through what they are and the relevance of those with respect to the project. The materials that I relied upon or reviewed is in the ES documents. It's outlined on page 11, so 4.1.3. So the various chapters, so chapter 7, 8, 19, so the environmental management framework, the line option, the BAMP, the existing conditions report, and like I said earlier, the Brolga assessment, Southern Bent Wingbat assessment, the groundwater impact assessment, the groundwater dependent ecosystems and impact assessment, which I reviewed, which is Appendix H. And then the matters of national environmental significance report, which again isn't necessarily relevant for today's discussion, but more broadly is relevant for the Commonwealth Government to review and to take into consideration. And then the arboricultural assessment along Boiler Swamp Road, I've had an opportunity to review that. I undertook I said detailed assessment earlier. When I said detailed meaning that I covered the entire area during my site assessment. I was accompanied by another colleague in my organisation. We documented the extent of native vegetation, didn't do a detailed habitat hectare assessment, so it wasn't the scope to review or undertake a detailed assessment of the native vegetation. It was to review that. And also we weren't engaged to undertake any targeted surveys or any additional surveys for threatened flora and fauna species as part of the project. But myself and a colleague did have the opportunity to cover the site, both the project area where turbines are proposed, the Lower Glenelg National Park areas. We've had an opportunity to go through there. Lake Oxbow, the Ramsar wetland, Long Swamp, had some time down there to look at that. I've also looked at the various wetlands to the south of the proposed turbine configuration, and finally the transmission corridor. So I actually spent some time out on site with Rob Galbraith, who you've heard recently. I've worked with Rob on other matters. And we had an opportunity to talk through the potential impacts on native vegetation along Boiler Swamp Road at that time. So they were over the 24th and 25th of March this year, and I've listed in 4.2 of my evidence the areas that I visited. One area which isn't included in that 6 dot points is the Boiler Swamp Road, which I've just mentioned. I had an opportunity to drive across the entire alignment of that road, taking into consideration not only the values directly adjoining that road, so given that the context or the information that is relevant for native vegetation, but more broadly how that park plays or supports habitat for a range of flora and fauna species, particularly those that are a lot more mobile that may be impacted by the proposed trenching and boring along that section of the park. As part of my review, ultimately the test is to look at how the project's been assessed under the relevant legislations, under the EPBC Act, under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. There's a range of listed flora and fauna species and ecological communities that are listed under those pieces of legislation. The guidelines, which is in 5217, and then ultimately it's the scoping requirements relevant for the project, which I've gone through in section 5.2 of my evidence. So essentially it's to characterise the type, distribution and condition of the biodiversity values within a suitable study area comprising a project site and its environs, including native vegetation, terrestrial and aquatic fauna, which I mentioned earlier. On table 1 of my evidence, page 15, I've gone through a detailed review of how the project has been assessed under the scoping requirements, mentioning the relevant sections of the Biosis reports, and then providing my commentary against those. I won't go through each scoping requirement. But the ones that are most relevant for today is the first one, which I've mentioned. So characterise the area with respect to native vegetation and threatened flora and fauna, terrestrial flora and fauna species. Characterise the native vegetation, which is I've mentioned or related or provided the relevant reference to the biosis reports in the second column. And then I've addressed or provided a summary of the accuracy against those scoping requirements that are outlined in the report. Another relevant matter on the following page on 16, third row down, is describe the existing threats to biodiversity, such as habitat removal, fragmentation, water regimes, pest species and fire hazards. I think it's important to note or highlight or mention that what the current status of the project area is versus the surrounding landscape, which I mentioned earlier. There are a number of existing threats across the landscape, not only here, but other parts of the state that are ongoing. We've got an operational pine plantation, which is subject to vehicle access, heavy machinery, a range of other threats and threatening processes in that area. Likewise, which isn't necessarily discussed today, but there are other threats across the landscape with respect to biodiversity values when you've got cleared agricultural land that's subject to ongoing grazing activities, use of the site by landowners, recreational activities. So there's a raft of pressures and threats that need to be taken into consideration, not only on the site, but the surrounding landscape with respect to the impact assessment. So that's outlined in section 2.3 of the existing threats in the biosis report. And they're mentioned with respect to inappropriate fire regimes, pest, plants and animals, vegetation loss, habitat modification, and threats to sensitive species across the landscape. I won't touch on the existing threats, climate change and threats to relevant significant species. That mainly relevant for discussions in coming days. So with respect to southern bent wingbat and brolga and the like, there are a number of threats to those species that are now and ongoing, which have been clearly documented in the various recovery plans and action statements for those species. I'll quickly cover off on the desktop assessment and the differences in the interrogation of the data. So I accessed that on the 15th of April. So that's the third paragraph of section 22. Whereas the previous, or the biosis report, biosis 2024A, they obtained that desktop review on the 8th of July 2022. So there was a couple of years since that time where there has been additional species that have come up in those lists. I've gone through those on page number 22. So there were 9 species that were not identified in the biosis report that's outlined in the dot points below. I won't go through each one, but essentially a lot of those species are not applicable to the project area itself, and they're located along the coastal strip or the national park system located to the north of the project area. So I don't have any concerns, or there's nothing that's come up that alerts me or that means that the impact assessment's been deficient and hasn't considered those species in any way. So I'm quite comfortable that those species that have been identified are quite unique to the habitats that they occur in, and are not generalist species that would occur in a modified environment such as the project area. There may be a low to moderate likelihood that some of those species occur along in the national park area, but given that no direct disturbance to native vegetation is proposed along Boiler Swamp Road, the risk of any impact to those additional species is very low. I've gone through that on page 23. I've mentioned that velvet appleberry, which is a scrambler species, could potentially occur in some areas. within the study area. And then I mentioned just above 5.4.2, based on the above, no anticipated implications associated with the project resulting from the additional 4 nationally threatened species and 4 additional state significant species. Before I get into the fauna review, so the desktop review, as part of my review of the biosis assessment against the relevant survey requirements, and that's clearly articulated in Table 14 of the technical report. So Table 14 relates to all the threatened flora species that were targeted, and I note in the 4th column of that table, it outlines whether the surveys were undertaken in accordance with the minimum survey requirements for those particular species. Important to note, which was touched on by Mr. Gibson, is that a lot of the flora species, there were reference sites that were checked. So reference site meaning that where a previous record of that flora species is known to occur, observers went to that site to see whether it was detectable or flowering at the time. And if it was, then that provided a fairly reasonable indication that the surveys were undertaken at the right time of year to detect any species within the project area. With the interrogation of the databases, we obtained additional data from BirdLife Australia. So BirdLife have a number of active naturalists and volunteers down in southwest Victoria, where they actively go out there and undertake surveys for threatened, or more broadly, just general bird species. And a number of additional records were obtained as part of that desktop review, which I'll go into in a minute. So those are listed on page 24 of my evidence. I won't name them all, but essentially a lot of them are either marine species, so sooty shearwater, school shark, grey falcon, which is a species that wouldn't occur across this site, brown tree creeper, very low likelihood, not necessarily occur in this part of Victoria, and then a number of state significant species, which probably the only correction, which I should have mentioned earlier, the 4th dot point there, I've listed southern toadlet. Southern toadlet was actually picked up as part of the desktop review undertaken by Biosis along the national park. I actually inspected every single drainage line, because when I was out there in March, southern toadlet does call from March, April, May. I was hoping to detect them when I was out there, but it was a bit too dry that time of the year. But certainly the observer, all those records are from Graham Gillespie, a renowned herpetologist, and I've checked those records, and I believe that there's still a fairly moderate to high likelihood that southern toadlet would occur directly adjacent to Boiler Swamp Road. So there's a number of spoon drains and drains that they would breed in. Those records are several years old now, and it's unknown whether resident populations occur either side of that road. However, the conditions are, or the habitat quality is quite high for that particular species, but that has been covered in the mitigation measures to do pre-clearance surveys for that particular species. And my understanding is there will be no direct impacts to those spoon drains or areas adjacent to the proposed works along the centre of that road for that particular species. It's really important to note, which hasn't necessarily been identified, but I thought I'd put it in my evidence, with respect to since the controlled action decision under the EPBC Act, there's been several listing events. So listing events relate to species that have been identified as threatened on the national level, which have subsequently been listed under the Commonwealth Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. I've listed a number of those on page number 25. The ones that are relevant or that have relevance for the project are blue-winged parrot and also Latham snipe. And those two species have correctly been updated, and there's an impact assessment undertaken as part of the biosis report for those two species to reflect the elevated conservation status of those two fauna species. I will mention though, and I'll read out, for listing events that occur after the approved process decision is made, such as Section 75 decision is made determining an action as a controlled action, Section 158A of the Act provides that the approval process decision under Parts 7 and 9 of the EPB State would not be affected by the listing event. So essentially, the project was referred under the Commonwealth. It was determined to be a controlled action. A bilateral assessment has been agreed upon with accrediting the state process. It's unlikely that the Commonwealth will provide additional conditions of approval pertaining to blue-winged parrot and Latham snipe or any other species listed on page 25. So major Mitchell cockatoo, southeastern hooded robin, brown tree creeper, diamond firetail. There's a range of other listed migratory shorebirds that are relevant given they're listed as migratory marine. But that doesn't have any relevance necessarily under the Commonwealth assessment process when they look at the project separately. On page 26 of my evidence, I've just touched on the additional fauna records. So there were three species where there are additional records from the 2022 to 2025. It's essentially inconsequential in terms of what those records mean. White-throated needletail, which is a nationally threatened species, was recorded as part of the bird utilisation surveys undertaken by Biosis. So we know that species does occur on the site and would use the site periodically, and an impact assessment has been undertaken for that particular species. Blue-winged parrot, which I mentioned earlier, that's fairly common in this part of Victoria. There's been numerous records and that was listed only recently. But there are a number of records that were submitted on the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas since the 2022 period when Biosis accessed the database, and then a number of additional Brolga records. And again, those Brolga records are relevant to Lake Oxbow and other wetlands to the east of the project area, so not on the subject site, so there's no implications associated with those additional records. I won't go through every single record, but you will see in my figures, in my evidence, I have provided an up-to-date number of or location of species records. So that's an up-to-date overview of the various species in those figures. With regard to the bird line, I won't go into too much detail here, but that's probably more relevant for tomorrow and Thursday's discussion. There were additional records that were extracted from BirdLife Australia, and they were relating to red-tailed black cockatoo, 5 records, Australasian bittern, white-throated needletail, orange-bellied parrot, blue-winged parrot, Brolga, and eastern ground parrot. A lot of those records, I did a search on 10Ks surrounding the site, which Biosis undertook a 10K search, and I also did an extraction for 20 kilometres surrounding the study area to understand the extent of those species across the landscape. On page 28, 29 isn't relevant for what we're talking today, but it's in relation to the migratory shorebird data that was extracted from BirdLife. On page
Kendall, sorry, Mr. Organ. I'm just mindful of the time. That obviously concludes the sort of preliminary aspects of the evidence that are relevant, not just to native vegetation, but all of the topics that will follow. We're approaching 1 o'clock. I'd imagine Mr. Organ will turn now to the native vegetation specific part of the report. Would it be convenient to take a break now, come back and conclude that evidence and turn to cross-examination, or would you like to press on?
No, I think we should have a break scheduled for one, so that would suit the IAC.
Thank you.
Yes. Before we do, just a couple of things.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have one
Thank
quick
you.
question.
Thank you. So a couple of things that we'll chat about that in the break actually, and we'll come back
Okay.
after. Yeah, thank you. So a couple of things. I note that we don't have from Mr. Cumming the documents that he mentioned this morning in preliminary matters that we're expecting to be circulated that may relate to questions for the experts. So I just wanted to note that I understand the Planning Panel's Victoria team's been trying to contact Mr. Cumming to check that, whether they've got caught in the email system or something, we're not sure. So I just wanted to note that so Mr. Cumming was aware that we were looking to receive those, and I can see you're coming online, Mr. Cumming.
Yes, I sent that through by email to Planning Panels Victoria this morning. I can resend it at lunchtime if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. And perhaps I'll get you to give the team a quick call or check in somehow to make sure that they've been received successfully. It may have been a document size issue or something that something out of your control.
No, it was just a straight email that had no attachment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll make sure that we've got that before we come back at 2.
So what number should I call?
So just the Planning Panel's Victoria email actually would be fine, and Ms. Selvaraj will assist you.
Okay.
Member Kendall, can I ask again that communications of this nature with the committee be circulated to the distribution list?
Yeah.
We're just not getting them,
yeah.
And obviously it puts us in a disadvantage to try and get our heads around what the material is and to what extent it's relevant, and provide the witnesses with an opportunity to review it.
Yes, thank you. I think in this situation we were alerted to the fact that documents would come that the Planning Panel's office hasn't received either. So, but yes, happy to prompt parties to please email everybody on this distribution list when you do circulate documents to assist with efficient access to those documents. I note there has been a document circulated by Ms. Lenihan this morning asking for a question directed to the proponent regarding Amendment VC 212 and potentially affected properties relating to this project. I'll leave that with you to have a look at it and come back to us to explain any relevance. So I understand.
That's a similar one. I'm not sure we have that.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll make sure that it's, I understood that one had been circulated, but we'll make sure that it comes to you if it hasn't. And again, prompting parties to please circulate to everybody. And I also note that there have been a number of other documents circulated in this from Ms. Lenihan that I understand have been either circulated to all parties and or tabled that may also relate to some questions to experts on ecology. So I'm just noting that we've been advised that they have arrived. We'll review those as well. Are there any other matters that we need to discuss before we break?
The only other matter concerns the protocols that apply for witnesses under cross-examination. It's commonly the case that communications between lawyers and witnesses under cross-examination is precluded, and we're quite happy to abide by that protocol. In this circumstance, though, the relevant witnesses under cross-examination may be giving evidence about another topic the next day, and what we would anticipate being the appropriate course in that circumstance is for us to be allowed to communicate with the witness in respect of those other matters, but not in respect of matters that they're currently the subject of cross-examination. You know, that for example, once we start cross-examination about native vegetation, we'll undertake not to speak to the witnesses about native vegetation until they've completed the cross-examination for that topic. But it may be necessary for us to communicate with those witnesses about the next series of topics. And I just wanted to flag that as what we're proposing to do in that regard.
Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with that approach, and it had crossed my mind as well, given the number of days that we have the experts with us across a number of topics. I'll just ask if there's any concern from parties in relation to that approach.
No concerns. That seems pretty sensible.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So we'll proceed on that basis. And yes, I understand that you will be cautious in how you engage with the experts.
Yes.
There's one other comment I wanted to, or in preparation for this afternoon and cross-examination. So at this stage, as we're aware, Mr. Turner and Mr. Cumming have questions of both experts. And I just wanted to ask, given the number of questions that we've been advised are likely to be asked, for people to, or for the parties to please be as brief as possible in asking your questions and very targeted with questions, and to refrain from making submissions or explaining your view when you're asking questions, noting that you will be able to do that during your submission time, and also to not ask repeat questions if other parties have already asked questions. So I just wanted to recap in preparation for this afternoon as well. Mr. Cumming, I'll just come to you.
Yes, Susan Dennis has logged onto this side as well. When we put the hand up to ask questions, she'll also be asking questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cumming, for clarifying. I had seen both names typed in and I was wondering. Mr. Cumming, I'm just going to double check. So in terms of the time required for Ms. Dennis, we did have an approximate 30 minutes. That's in addition to the questions that you have, is that correct?
Yeah, for this cross-examination this morning of this witness, I think she's got 2 questions and I've got 1 or 2 questions. Most of the questions will be tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming, for the clarification. So after lunch, we'll hear the rest of the evidence, and then we will come to you and Ms. Dennis for questions, and then Mr. Turner for questions before questions from the IAC. Sorry, and of course, Deeker for questions before I come to the other parties. And Parks Victoria. Thank you. It must be time for lunch. We'll see everybody back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome to sit. Yeah. I'll do them. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah.
I have to describe the role down. Allows witnesses information. Role the 2025 account is now available on the website.
On Swift website.
On the Swift website. You can work it out. I just looked it up and find it.
Yes, Swift.
That was actually what came up.
Yeah. I think we do it. Others do it.
Apparently.
Hey, Georgia, can you hear me?
Hey, Amy. Yep, I can hear you loud and
Oh,
clear.
cool. Great. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. There's just a few comments that I have to make before we move into the rest of the evidence and cross-examination, and it relates to the amount of information that's being circulated by parties in anticipation of the cross-examination today. So as you're aware, people will have seen there's quite a large amount of information being circulated, including submission and some documents that are in some cases duplicates of documents that have already been attached to submissions, and others new documents that the IAC, the proponent and the experts have not had time to review. So in that context, I just wanted to note it doesn't assist the IAC for those documents to be circulated in that fashion, and it's not reasonable to expect that experts can provide comment on documents that they haven't had time to review. So firstly, I ask parties to please not circulate any duplicated documents that are already available through the submissions, and to refrain from providing submissions in any documents that they circulate. So the opportunity to provide submissions will come later in the hearing. I also ask that if you have a question relating to a document that you are going to ask of an expert, that if they haven't reviewed the document, that I ask you to ask them, firstly, if they have reviewed the document, and if they have not, to move on to your next question. I also ask parties to please, I strongly ask parties to refrain from making submissions when you ask your question. If parties do make submissions in the context of preparing to ask a question, I will ask you to move on and to directly ask your question. So I just wanted to run through those things to set the scene. We've got quite a lot to get through in the next 6 weeks, and for efficiency and to make sure that we're talking about the things that we need to talk about. So I'll hand to you, Mr. Chessel, and I understand we're going to continue to hear evidence from Mr. Organ.
Yes, thank you. We're back with Mr. Organ, who I believe was about to turn to part 6 of the witness statement, PDF page 30, and that's the section that concerns native vegetation and significant flora species.
Thank you. Following on with respect to my results with the review of information provided in the Biosis 2024A document to the existing conditions and impact assessment report, I've outlined a brief summary of the native vegetation within the wind farm site, so the project area itself, in section 6.1.1. I won't go into detail in relation to the EVCs, but I will share my slides, the few slides that I have with respect to this area of ecological value. So you'll see this is just one figure from my expert witness statement. This is figure 2F. I've got a series of figures that essentially follow the mapped vegetation that's been provided in the technical report. The purpose of showing this map or figure, which is consistent with all the figures in this set, other than the figures along the transmission line, which I'll show shortly, just as a way of demonstration of the highly modified nature of the site. So most of the native vegetation has been mapped along the Portland-Nelson Road, which you'll see on this slide here. So a detailed habitat hectare assessment was undertaken in accordance with DECA's habitat hectare methodology. So there's no seasonal requirement or restrictions associated with that type of assessment. But it's a way to document the extent and quality of native vegetation at the time of the assessment. And then I'll just stop sharing. That's just one figure, and then another one here. Which is the southern part of the project footprint. This is a essentially public access that runs north-south through this area here, right through Long Swamp and the areas to the south, and small patches of modified native vegetation have been mapped across the site. I did review a lot of these patches. They were quite marginal, so the overall quality of the vegetation is quite low on the project area site itself, where turbines are proposed, whereas you get larger, high quality patches in the surrounding national park and other reserves. So the site is, given the magnitude of the area, it's quite, I guess, compelling to see that you're getting these very localised occurrences of native vegetation that, although there's measures in place to do targeted surveys for threatened flora species post any approval, a lot of these patches wouldn't support suitable habitat for the species that have been identified in the ecological assessment report, given the highly modified nature of the areas. This is an area along Boiler Swamp Road. You can see the native vegetation and the trees marked. It's all provided in the biosis assessment and in my evidence, so I won't go through each one of those slides, but you'll just see that there's been a comprehensive survey of every tree along that alignment. Then you've got a series of figures in my evidence that look at past records of flora species. They're principally restricted to the coastal environment and in through the national park, with very few species on the project area itself. Then you've got the location of applejack, tiny violet and western peppermint, which Mr. The previous expert went through. And that's it for the slides. If I just go back to my evidence, I won't go through, Mr. Gibson went through the applejack, so 6.2.1, that's been accurately identified. I've got no concerns about that. The only thing I would suggest is that for these particular matters, I've got a level of comfort with what I heard today with respect to the distribution of that species, but ordinarily I would have spent a bit more time out as part of the impact assessment to document the occurrence of that species beyond the footprint, because it artificially inflates the significance or the importance of that particular species in this context, given that no surrounding surveys were undertaken for applejack. But I agree that it's highly likely, highly probable that species occurs through the national park in that location, given there's nothing unique about the roadside in the park itself. And it's just purely an underrepresentation of survey effort through the landscape. So I've got no concerns about the assessment that was undertaken, and it's highly unlikely that those trees only occur at that location, given the homogeneous and fairly consistent vegetation across the broader national park area. And one thing that could be undertaken, for example, I know there's we'll get into it the next couple of days in terms of the mitigation measures and the additional surveys that could be undertaken post-approval. That might be one thing that's undertaken to document the occurrence of that species more broadly across the landscape as an additional conservation or measure that would essentially identify areas where that species occurs more broadly. One species that was overlooked in the biosis assessment in terms of its conservation status, leafy greenhood, that species is actually nationally threatened, not state significant. So I've just highlighted on page 31 of that species. That was listed, I think, from memory in 2010. And it was identified as being state significant, which my understanding and my assessment is it's nationally threatened. However, based on the site conditions, it's highly unlikely that species occurs on the site. It's more coastal dune type habitat, and it's unlikely to be impacted by the proposed development. Now, just going through a few things with respect to the impact assessment, it's really important to look at the guidelines. So this isn't the typical planning permit application where you've got the mitigation hierarchy of avoid, minimise and offset, but essentially under the guidelines, that's the framework that we assess native vegetation impacts against. So this is a detailed assessment pathway. So there's three assessment pathways, which looks at a risk-based approach for the removal of native vegetation for applications across the state. Here, we're not dealing with a planning permit application on a 5217 per se. However, like I just said, the principles around that mitigation hierarchy is paramount. So in section 4.4.6 of the biosis report, and as outlined in my evidence under 6.4, page number 32, it's important for applications or for projects to demonstrate that staged approach. So it doesn't matter if we can find the offsets, great, which in this case, which I'll go through in a minute, the offsets will be able to be secured confidently for this project. It's about looking at avoidance initially, then minimisation, and then looking at any offsets associated with the residual impact associated with a proposed action or project. So the avoid and minimise statement looks at that mitigation hierarchy, and that's clearly stepped out in the biosis report thoroughly, and I've gone through that. I won't go through each dot point, but essentially it's trenching through the national park. I did look at every location of the proposed directional drilling. I personally feel that that's not warranted in a lot of areas. It's a bit of an overkill to directionally drill along a track in those locations. That's my position. I feel, based on the discussions and based on the information that's been provided by Rob Galbraith, that there is sufficient level of confidence that the trenching can occur without materially impacting the longevity or the survivorship of those trees. So I think a subset of trees, the largest applejack, for example, located adjacent to the road, if there was detailed testing undertaken in those locations, then the results could then lead on to either further testing or having a level of confidence that the integrity of those trees, i.e. the roots, won't be compromised. If I can just share my screen again with respect to the guidelines, it has a section in that relates to, it's actually the handbook rather, and that has been circulated as part of the information I understand. So if I do a search on tree protection, the most relevant section in the handbook, it's in calculating the extent of native vegetation. So it goes through information regarding site assessment and then the assumed loss of native vegetation. So that's under the Assessor's Handbook, Appendix 2, and then it's a very conservative assessment on the loss of trees. And if you think about other works, and I've worked extensively in urban subdivisions and road upgrades and other wind farms, for example, where a conservative approach was undertaken whereby access tracks needed to be upgraded, and we calculated essentially indirect losses because the tree protection zones were impacted more than 10%, or there was an incursion greater than 10%. So the exception of that is if you do undertake an arboricultural assessment, which has occurred here. So it says here, unless an arborist report indicates otherwise, a tree or trees will be deemed lost in the encroachment of compaction and excavation into the tree protection zone greater than 10% or inside the structural or critical root zone, I think that means. What does that all mean in terms of the offset? So number one, avoidance has been demonstrated through boring, through altering the footprint from the original footprint where it started now to micrositing. There was discussion earlier around an additional flora species, so the coast bitterbush. I've had a look at that additional location. It's on the access track leading north-south through the project area. And when I've zoomed in on that location, it looks like the proposed infrastructure is located directly to the north. I won't share Google Earth, but you'll see that those plants could most likely be avoided given there's pine plantations to the north of those individual plants that have been provided by Nature Glenelg Trust more recently. So yeah, the avoidance minimisation, directional drilling, really important part, and it's all covered off in the EMS is the post-approval construction environmental management plan. So there's clear requirements to provide no-go areas or exclusion fencing around native vegetation, which provides further protection or a level of assurance that those impacts can be managed. I think what's just popped in my mind, what's really pertinent is I've worked on a range of projects where for renewable energy projects where the native vegetation footprint and the impacts have been 10 to 20 times or more greater than what's proposed here on such a large project where a total of 8.696, of which 2.906 hectares are in the national park. That is comparatively a lot lower or a lot smaller than other wind farms across the state. It's probably the smallest footprint that I've seen, because a lot of the proposed wind farms across the state are located on hilltops that haven't been cleared, and that's where a lot of the residual native vegetation is or persists. And you're looking at clearing of 20 to 50 to 180 hectares of native vegetation removal for proposed wind farms. And put that into context for, I know we're out not necessarily talking about other states, but it's a cleared landscape. In other states, there's extensive areas of native vegetation clearing as part of these renewable energy projects. So I think the total extent of and quality of native vegetation removal, excluding along the national park, is comparatively very low. So just moving on to the offsets with the project. I'll share my screen. It's really important to understand what it means and how the calculations, how the offsets are calculated. If I can find it. Just bear with me. Okay, got it. I can't. What's on? It's in the technical report. So Mr. Gibson mentioned the fact that of the 5 species habitat units, so because this is a detailed assessment pathway, there's species habitat units triggered as part of the offsets. One of those species has been removed from the offset requirement. That's hairy Baronia. So Biosis went through the process where they've consulted with DECA, and DECA agreed that the modelled habitat for that species isn't accurate, and therefore there's no requirement for that species to be offset. I've got it open on my screen, but I can't share it for some reason.
I'm happy for you if you just give us the reference.
Yeah, it's page number 586 of the PDF of the biosis report, the NVR report. And if I can just spell that out, Appendix C. So it stipulates the offset requirement of 8.696 and the large number of tree offset. But if you go down past the calculation of all the patches, there's a section in that NVR report, which is generated through DECA, that looks at the proportional impact of those threatened species. So on PDF page, if it's correct, it's on page 118 of the document and PDF page 702. I've got it now, I can share it. You'll see here, it says that information about impacts of rare and threatened species. This is the table where the proportional impact, if it's greater than 0.005, it triggers a requirement for a species habitat unit to be offset. So it's highly likely that with the revision of the calculations of the impacts, both with the directionally drilling resulting in no indirect impacts on those trees, and also some of the minor alterations to the transport corridor which avoids native vegetation. Those three species I've highlighted there, leafy greenhood, olive leaf, Lugania and centre spider orchid, they're on the threshold of that 0.005%. It's highly likely that they will not be required to be offset, number one. And the second thing is hairy baroni up the top there is no longer required to be offset. Lax twig sedge is 0.02. That's a species that may still require to be offset, although given that what I've just heard is that 2.906 hectares and 216 trees are all within the Boiler Swamp Road area, it's likely that only general offsets will be triggered for the project. I've dealt with these hundreds of times, and I've got a high level of confidence that that would result. However, conservatively, what we've got here is an offset requirement that's been stipulated in the biosis report that will need to be revised based on revisions of the transport corridor and not having to remove native vegetation. But if we just go off the numbers that are required, I've reviewed the draft offset management plan. Offset sites off-site through third-party offsets around the project area may not be required, given that the availability potentially on the register, so the native vegetation credit register, could potentially satisfy the total offsets. But I've got a high level of confidence that the guidelines we met through the offsets, through the offset provision. So I have reviewed that, the draft offset management strategy. I've looked at all those sites. I've actually provided some suggestions for offsets for Australasian bittern, and there could be a dual benefit of offsetting both native vegetation and any required offsets for that particular species as well. That's it with respect to the offsets. And now I've got two remaining things to talk about, or three things, and I'll wrap up. One is in relation to section 14, page number 88 of my evidence. I've provided a summary table that looks at the assessment of the ecological values across the site for the project. And on page 89, or I've gone through a fairly methodical way to look at what those values are, looked at the extent of impact or potential impacts, whether there's any residual uncertainties that have been provided in the biosis report, and then my comments regarding the impacts. I won't go through each one, but essentially it's got native vegetation habitat. I'm comfortable the project is avoided, minimised, and then there'll be suitable offsets for native vegetation and threatened species. Wetlands, there's no direct impact on large wetlands. So you'll hear in the course of submissions, long swamp. Certainly, yep, it's a significant wetland, along with other wetlands, along with Lower Glenelg National Park. They're valuable because they've got native vegetation and they haven't been subject to extensive land use changes, unlike the study area that we're dealing with here. So wetlands, there will be no direct impacts, and based on my assessment and understanding of the groundwater dependent ecosystems and hydrological assessments, there won't be any indirect impacts on wetlands. There will be some potential impacts in areas where secondary impacts like indirect impacts associated with the trenching of the transmission line in certain areas across those paddock landscapes where there's native vegetation or some residual values across paddocks. Threatened flora species, which we've touched on, I've responded to that in the last column. No threatened ecological communities will be impacted by the proposed development. Protected areas, which we haven't really touched on, which we'll do in the next coming days. And the other relevant matter for today is in relation to terrestrial and arboreal mammals.
We'll come back to that one.
Okay.
Mr. Organ.
Yep. Right. So just with respect to native vegetation, to finish off on this, I'm comfortable. I've reviewed the mitigation measures outlined in the EMS. So putting aside the EMS hasn't been developed to say, okay, let's get our approval and we'll worry about all this in the future. There's already been a concerted effort, which clearly through the documentation with the avoidance and minimisation and some of the construction techniques, that the highest values have been avoided where possible. So I'm comfortable with the BD01 native vegetation requirements, the BD02, which relates to the offsets that will be able to be achieved as part of the development. You've got the flora and fauna management requirements, which relate to threatened flora and fauna species, and the management requirements or management actions that need to be undertaken to manage those particular species, particularly in light of things that show up in the future. We've seen this recently with some additional records that pop up. There will be over time things that change in the landscape. Ecology isn't stagnant and things will change over time. But one thing is we can be confident about is that it's not as if the pine plantation in another year, 2 years, 3 years is going to radically change and there'll be more extensive native vegetation. Unlike other areas for example, Western Victoria, where a lot of other wind farms are proposed, where 1 year you may not get native vegetation, and the next year you've got a patch of native grassland. Here, this is a very sterile, cleared site, and it's highly unlikely you'll get major, if any, changes in the extent and quality of native vegetation across the site. So we've got a high level of confidence that things can be locked in now and it won't change significantly in the future. However, we've got the mitigation measures, which I've just outlined with respect to BD10, the flora and fauna management, and then the pre-clearance survey requirements under BD09. And then I've had a look in detail the requirements for BD07 with respect to the Boiler Swamp Road and how we treat the trees along that road. So I've got a level of confidence there are measures that will be implemented over time to ensure that those residual impacts are managed appropriately.
Just one thing on that, Mr. Organ, you've said that you've reviewed the EMF. Can you confirm that you've reviewed the day one changes to the EMF?
Yes, I've looked at all the track changes and I've looked at every single update. I do understand that for BD07 relating to Boiler Swamp Road, there has been a fair bit of change associated with that condition. and I'm comfortable with what's in place there with respect to managing a stage process. It's a conservative way to manage any impacts along that road.
And for the balance of the changes to the relevant EPRs, or beg your pardon, relevant mitigation measures as they concern native vegetation, do you have any comments in respect of the proposed amendments, or do you consider them to be acceptable?
No, it's good that there's flexibility in updating the native vegetation removal report, so that can easily be done in light of any changes. And the other information with respect to the offsets, there's some flexibility because it will be subject to change. So I'm comfortable with those updates that have been provided.
Okay, thank you. That's the evidence on native vegetation.
Thank you. Thank you very much to both experts. So we'll move into questions of cross-examination. I'll hand to Mr. Tobin for questions from DECA and Parks Victoria.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Good afternoon, Mr. Gibson. Good afternoon, Mr. Organ. My name is Mr. Tobin. I'm a lawyer representing DECA and Parks Victoria. My questions will be divided into two parts. The first tranche of questions will be on behalf of DECA. The second tranche of questions will be on behalf of Parks Victoria. I'll let you know when I'm switching hats, as it were. What I propose to do is to direct a question to a particular witness. We might chop and change a bit if that's okay, but there'll be times when I also ask the other witness if they've got a different view or anything to add to that. So I probably will just roll and be flexible with how we approach it. Now, the first thing I wanted to ask you about was in relation to, I guess, using the last month or so in respect of this project and the material that's been advanced by DECA in relation to the bat flight study, then the recent information in respect of the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas. Am I right in characterising this, Mr. Gibson, as being not unusual for there to be a trickle and a spurt and a trickle of information, subject matter related information, all of the time on these sorts of issues?
There's been a few things that have changed during this project. At some point we have to finalise our documents and get them up for public exhibition. And that's a particular point in time. But other things keep changing. There are new listings of species, new listings of threatened ecological communities, new records in databases, etc. This project does seem to have more than its fair share of those, and certainly some of the material that's been coming out through DECA, I think, has been specifically I won't say pushed out, but sort of brought forward so that it's available for the hearing. So, I think this project's a little bit unusual in terms of the amount of changing information that's been happening. But certainly, we have to we do our studies and then we do our reports at a point in time, and new information still becomes available. So.
So, for instance, on my instructions, the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas gets updated at the DECA end every 4 months. Whatever's been submitted goes through a process and then gets submitted. So I'm assuming over a 3-year TRG period, there's been 9 or 10 updates to that. Not all might be relevant to the project, but I'm just assuming that things do change.
Yes, they do. Yep.
And there's another extent of work to occur with the plans under the EMF in the event that this project is approved. What, if anything, or what, if any, concerns do you hold about the evolution of information and the state of the project? Do you have?
Not sure what you're asking.
Well, is it an issue, or what are the risks you see, if any, associated with this continuing evolution of information for the project?
I guess the database information that we use in our reporting, the purpose of it is to make sure we don't overlook any species. You know, we consider everything that needs to be considered. So when we get new records, and it like most of the new records that have come in recently have been, you know, additional records of species where we already know they occur within their habitat, and they don't really have any material change to our recommendations. There's also species that get listed, listing events where species get listed, and during this project there was a couple of major listing events with the review of the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. Again, we've tried to keep across all of those. I think moving forward, I really don't think there's likely to be many species that we haven't already considered that are going to suddenly appear as relevant. You know, there may be species that get listed. Most of the recent listing events have been, well, we're not talking about fauna yet, but your question probably relates more to fauna than flora. But most of the species that have been added to EPBC listings recently have been species that have been threatened by the extensive fires in Gippsland and have become sort of nationally threatened. So yeah, in terms of how comprehensive, I mean, the list of species that we considered in our assessments was based on starting with the scoping requirements and then looking at a very broad database search. The protected matters search tool in particular looks, it's based on models that look way wider than our buffered areas anyway. So yeah, I don't think there's likely to be a lot of species that we haven't considered.
Mr. Organ, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I touched on it in my evidence. I try and be helpful for the committee where you look at this site compared with other sites or other developments of the same nature. So unlike other projects, which I mentioned earlier, where a lot of the proposed wind farms in southwest Victoria, they occur through the basalt plains, so the grasslands where invariably the extent and quality of native vegetation can change depending on the seasons. So you could go out there one year and you're not mapping native vegetation, and you might have a La Nina event and all of a sudden you've got seasonal herbaceous wetlands or areas that are inundated. You've got that quite fluid change in the conditions across the landscape. Compared with this site, which I said earlier, it's quite stable in that it's been extensively cleared, and you could probably, it's analogous with, say, sites up in the northwest of Victoria where it's been subject to cropping. Once you totally remove that vegetation through cropping or physical disturbance, it's very unlikely that you'll get a spread of native vegetation or more threatened flora species pop up on a site. Once it's gone, it's gone. So irrespective of the records that may come up or the change in conservation status of species, and I agree with Mr. Gibson in that that's why we do our searches beyond the 10 kilometres. It's 20 k's to look at the suitable habitat and the location of records. That guides you as to the likelihood of what some of those species could be on the site. But yeah, the current nature of this site, again, where physical disturbance is proposed for access tracks and turbine locations are in areas of pine plantation that have been subject to many, many years of disturbance. So the prospect of additional threatened flora species or additional vegetation being mapped or recorded is extremely low in this context compared with, say, other sites where it's more subject to those seasonal variations in native vegetation.
Mr. Organ, I next want to ask you a question. It's in relation to your expert evidence statement, document 84, and it's at your page 31. And it's that evidence you gave, I'm just popping it up onto screen, about the leafy green hood. And you've mentioned that it's been overlooked as a EPBC Act species, and that may have, as I understand your evidence, that may have influenced the intensity or the level of effort in the surveys that occurred. You've also said in your evidence that it's, I think it's measure 10, requires a pre-construction survey. How do we ensure that this there is a connection between the EES and the pre-construction survey? Does it need to be picked up somewhere in the documentation to ensure that that occurs?
Or not necessarily explicitly for that species, but yeah, BD08, which is a pre-clearance surveys, captures that requirement to do surveys prior to any disturbance. And I've been working on projects in the past where other companies have gone out there and undertaken surveys, particularly on roadsides through Western Victoria, where you got a lot of the plains grassland, you get matted flax lily or spiny rice flower, all these flora species or orchid species popping up with more intensive surveys. So with leafy greenhood, it's quite a narrow type of habitat it occurs in, none of which would be high quality on the site, so on the wind farm site, or it's not going to be located in the national park area. So that particular species is low likelihood to occur on, and therefore wouldn't be impacted by the project. But the pre-clearance surveys, it's a standard mitigation measure, but I think there's been sufficient level of information captured to have a high level of confidence of the likelihood of that species or any others occurring on the site, and any potential impacts on the relevant species. So, yeah, that's, yeah.
So if I understand your evidence correctly, it's enough to have the general pre-clearance survey rather than to specifically need to pick up this species which has been overlooked in the documentation to date.
For this particular species, yes. But if there were any other species which I haven't highlighted, it's not like, oh, we can deal with it pre-clearance surveys. There's a high level of confidence given that the extent of surveys that have been undertaken for flora. So 2020, there was August, October, November, December. Mr. Gibson mentioned that 60 days out on the site, there's been a fairly detailed, comprehensive survey. Not only, so one of the things to highlight through our surveys is that we don't just, it's funny because ecologists like to find things. So we're out there, we want to find things. We want to find the threatened bird or orchid or whatever it is. So staff love getting out there, looking at the reference sites and going back to the study area and trying to find these things to ensure that we protect them. There's been an extensive level of survey effort undertaken. There's been certainly a lot of information above and beyond what we already knew for this area for a range of species. But with respect to flora and vegetation, there should be a high level of confidence. There's very few gaps in the information compared with, I've dealt with a number of other projects where you say, okay, we just don't know about that species because it's some endangered thing that only pops up every so often. And therefore the contingency measures or post-approval measures are probably more pronounced or more important than as part of the project approval. But here we've got sufficient baseline information to be confident as part of the impact assessment. Again, going back to the scoping requirements, that there's that level of confidence that information's been captured. Probably just to cover off on this point, the most sensitive site or areas across this whole development footprint for flora is along Boiler Swamp Road. So it's really important that these measures are followed meticulously and rigidly, because when I went through there, it's essentially a narrow road. And if you can imagine construction crew out there, all it takes is someone driving on the side of the road or parking in areas, or when you've got increased activity, that will invariably lead to indirect disturbance. Often threatened flora species aren't necessarily located immediately adjacent to the road because it's already been subject to disturbance, but it's really important that those measures with respect to no-go zones, fencing, pre-construction, toolbox meetings, all those things are covered off. and there will be a requirement for compliance and auditing, and particularly for wind farms. So I've got a high level of confidence that that would be undertaken adequately.
Mr. Gibson, I'd like to ask you some questions about Boiler Swamp Road. And I'm going to first share the screen this is technical appendix C. I'm just using this part of the preamble. It's page 21. Can you see that okay? Is that big enough for you?
Yep.
One of Deeca's questions is the reconciling its understanding between what's being described as a 6.5 metre construction footprint, and of course then there's the Axiom work, which is at the back of the report, which seems to deal more directly with the trenching activities rather than a 6.5 metre construction footprint. Is that right to say that the losses have been assessed on the basis of the narrower work undertaken by Axiom, or is it the 6.5 metre construction footprint?
The impacts to tree root zones have been based on the narrower trenching. Yeah, the narrower footprint.
Yeah. And Mr. Gibson, are you familiar with the need to undertake jointing of the transmission line across as it progresses along Boiler Swamp Road?
Joining bits of cable. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pop up document 110, which is one of the technical appendices that's been prepared by the proponent. And we're in the attached report, which is a report by a firm called Beyond Electrical Engineering. Now, I'll blow this up. I'll zoom out first so that you can see where I am in the report. And then I'm going to zoom in. This is what we understand to be an example, not the specific at this stage of planning, but an example of what a construction jointing box might look like. And it appears to be in the order of, I think it's about 8.5 metres long and 3 and a bit metres wide, maybe 3.2 metres wide, with something off to the side. And as I read the report, and we heard from Mr. Wright last week, there'll be about 18 to 22 of these situated along Boiler Swamp Road. Now, there's no criticism implied, but I just want to understand whether or not you had these sort of details in front of you when technical appendix C was being prepared.
I don't think we had quite that level of detail. My understanding is we primarily use the trench as the area of footprint. I'd probably have to delve back into it and get back to you on the detail of that and look at our mapping, but I think that's what we largely did. However, I would expect there'd be places you could put these where the impacts to trees would be minimal, but that becomes a detailed design process. I don't think the actual positions of all of these was specified at the.
I think that's correct, and you should. My understanding of the submissions that were received by the committee last week was that there's flexibility as to where these, so you can have different lengths to try and minimise impacts. But I guess the question that I'd like to understand is, it would be important, wouldn't it, in going through the process, which we'll come to in a minute, which is Mr. Galbraith's work, and determining an offset calculation to understand the location of these boxes.
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's work that would need to be done realistically to finalise an offset figure.
Yeah, to get an exact figure. Yeah, following on from, I guess that could be done at the same time as the work by the arborist assessment work. Yeah.
Yeah. In a little bit, I'm going to take you to the specific parts of the EMF and just work through some questions on those. Now, I'll stop sharing that. And I want to come to some other evidence that you gave earlier on about the Assessor's Handbook. And I'm going to pop up onto the screen. Apologies, Member Kendall, I haven't cross-referenced. This is my version of the Assessor's Handbook. I haven't cross-referenced with the document number in the proceeding, but it is in the document list. And I'm just going to pop up. This is the section of the Assessor's Handbook that Mr. Organ had up on the screen earlier on. Can you see that there?
Yep.
Now, firstly, can I ask, I know Mr. Organ is familiar with this part of the Assessor's Handbook. Can I also assume that you are too? You commented on it earlier on.
Yep.
Just for the benefit of parties, it's the document that was uploaded, I think, today from the proponent, and it's document 252. It was today or yesterday.
Thank you, Member Kendall.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I think we tabled the previous version of it. The one tabled today is the correct up-to-date version.
So I'm assuming that's the one Mr. Tobin's working with.
I certainly hope so, Member Kendall.
We'll let you know.
I think they're the same for this purpose. They're identical. So,
it's this section, isn't it, of the Assessor's Handbook that describes how we use tree protection zones to deem losses of trees where there's an insertion of greater than 10% into the tree protection zone. Is that right?
Yes. Yep. That's right.
And equally, it's this part of the handbook that says that an exception to this is down the bottom here, where, if you can see my hand, unless an arborist report indicates otherwise, that would be the presumption.
Yeah.
Now, it's my instruction, as I think Mr. Chessel put to you earlier today, that the way in which DECA read this exception is that it reads it in respect of a tree-by-tree arborist report rather than an approach where you might sample and then extrapolate. And I think you gave evidence this morning to suggest that that this might be appropriate in these circumstances because it's a different scale of development to a subdivision or the like. Is that what your evidence is?
Yeah, it is. I think where we're just talking about trenching, I think that would be that'd be reasonable. Excuse me. Around these jointing boxes, there'd probably be justification for looking in more detail at the trees in those locations.
Okay. So what if I just start with the first presumption that we deal with, which is the trench line and the root analysis? I think what I'm hearing you say is that you accept that extrapolating might not be strictly in accordance with the Assessor's Handbook, but you think it might be a suitable alternative in these circumstances. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's probably not fully in accordance with the handbook, but I think it's reasonable. Yeah, given the scale, and if if we have a consistent impact by the trenching. Yeah.
I'll just pause there for expediency. Mr. Organ, do you disagree with anything that Mr. Gibson said in those answers?
No.
Good. Now, and if I go to this, what you said earlier on, in terms of jointing boxes, if I heard your evidence correctly, you're saying that maybe what you need to do there, because they're a bigger structure, I'm inferring, you might need to do more localised assessment in those areas.
If they can't be fit into the existing road formation, and if yeah, in that case, there's trees closer. I'm not exactly sure what's involved in terms of depth of those structures, etc. But I guess it's a different circumstance to trenching, which might require specific.
I think that's if they can't be fit within the road formation. I want you to assume for a moment they can be fitted within the road formation, but there'll be a wider footprint than the trenching works that would be there for the transmission line. In those circumstances, would you be content with the sample extrapolate approach, or do you think there should be a more localised assessment at those 18 to 22 locations?
Well, I think you could. I mean, it's a different situation to the trench, I guess. So you could certainly do sampling of those as well, but it would need to be, a different aspect of the study. But I guess if the depth is the same, we're talking about the same kind of impact. So.
Yeah. I'm not trying to pin you down here, but I'm trying. What we've got is an EMF that we need to draft to a satisfactory level. Can I put the pointy question to you? Should we draft something specific into the EMF that deals with the jointing boxes and requires at least some thought go to whether different assessments are required at those intervals, as opposed to what's presently been advanced by the proponent, which you endorsed this morning?
Well, I think they are a different situation to the trenching, so they should be considered. Yeah, impacts to trees around those jointing boxes should be considered.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Organ, do you have any comments or anything that you differ with in respect of Mr. Gibson's evidence there?
It's just what's helpful for the committee is just to refer to Mr. Galbraith's evidence. So I've got two things. One, what's the width of the box proposed that you mentioned?
It's the concrete structure. The indicative concrete structure is 3.2 metres wide with an offshoot at one corner, which is about another 1.5 metres offset.
Okay, so what's that combined width?
4.5 metres.
Okay, so based on Mr. Galbraith's evidence, he said 1.5 metres from the centre, and then anything beyond that, you're getting into potential, albeit lower, for roots to creep into those spoon drains where there's potentially more water. So if it extends beyond that, then I agree that there may be additional treatments. So therefore the EMF should articulate that requirement in those locations. But as a starting point, the number one thing in that EMF would be to say, and I don't know the level of flexibility in terms of the 20 or so that may be required, but one would assume that it's not rigid in terms of the exact location. So the thing should stipulate that where there's no trees adjacent to that point, they should be situated where there's one outside Applejack, or two in areas where there's sufficient gap. So we've got the distance, but what's the length? So the length, we don't have trees like right along there. There may be a gap.
I might assist you, Mr. Organ, just to the submissions that were made last week indicated that there is flexibility as to where you place these along the road. So it might be that you could have one 50 metres this side or 50 metres that side if you chose, or whatever distance to minimise risk.
Okay, so that there's a pragmatic approach can be achieved. And if the EMF stipulates that additional requirements will accommodate that, then that would be useful. And then if you extrapolate that out to what the overall impact will be, one would say it'd be isolated and there might be a small number of trees that may potentially be impacted. But I guess that would need to be assessed at a later stage.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson, it's correct, isn't it, that when I take a sample and then extrapolate the sample onto a broader number, so I test the roots on X number of trees and extrapolate that to the length of Boiler Swamp Road, what I'm doing is what could be fairly described as a risk-based approach. I'm trying to assess a risk and then manage it rather than a specific approach. Is that right?
Well, it's a fairly standard process in scientific studies to try and understand impact using sampling. Yeah, it's to understand the risk and likelihood of trees similar to the ones that you've sampled also being impacted.
Is it possible that by doing a small number and extrapolating it to a larger number, that I in fact end up underestimating the offsets that I require?
Well, I guess it depends on the overall approach that's taken. There's a fair bit of conservativeness already built into the system in terms of whether those trees are likely to die or not, and the area that you allow for in the offset. So I think there's already a range of conservativeness built into it. It is conceivable, yes, that you'd underestimate it, but I think you'd do it in a way that allowed where you're erring on the side of conservativeness with that. I think I agree with other evidence that the current assessment is an overestimate of the likely impacts along that road. So I think some effort to reduce that's warranted.
Yeah. So understanding we don't want to be overly conservative, because the problem with that is that you end up securing potentially more offsets or significantly more offsets than you require. Equally, it's important that we don't underestimate. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So by the time we come to crystallise the offset amount, it's important that it's as accurate as it can be.
Yeah, and I think this comes down to the design of the study. It should be stratified for the different vegetation types. It should be stratified for topographic changes through there. To make sure that the sampling is done appropriately.
Yeah. You see, I'm just going to pop up on screen this is the day one version of EMF measures that have been circulated on behalf of the proponent in this matter. Can you see that?
Yep.
Just going to blow it up a little bit more for you. Do you see MMBD03 there, which describes a process for reconciling the event where there is an overestimate of offsets required, as I read it at least, an overestimate of offsets required. There's a means of reconciling that or creeping back on that at the other end if, in fact, those trees aren't lost.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep, that's right. Yep.
And is that pretty normal? That's something contemplated by the handbook?
It's not. Again, for small studies, it's not really for small sites. It's not really required because the offsets are much smaller, and most developers just pay the offset price and move on if it's a relatively small amount. I think in this case, because it is large, it has large implications for both sourcing sites and the cost, that it's reasonable that it should be revisited.
Yeah,
I've been involved in a lot of linear projects where this is not done. Some projects where following different processes where these assumptions aren't made and these losses aren't allowed, but also others where large offsets are secured and the trees are still standing. So I think it's reasonable to revisit it further down the track to see what's actually happened, and which we'll actually learn from as well. It's the other thing we want out of this.
Okay. Is it correct to say, though, that there's nothing that goes the other way in respect of offsets under the EMF? So if, for instance, we sampled a certain amount and made certain assumptions based on a sampling event, but underestimated the number of large trees that were lost, there's nothing to claw back the other way. Is that right on your reading of the EMF?
Yeah, I think that's currently right, but I think the starting position is highly conservative. And
is that one of the advantages of a conservative approach? As you say, some linear projects don't have any clawback. This one has some clawback, which is logical in the circumstance. But is that an advantage of a conservative approach to start bigger and then come back rather than risk underestimating the number of trees that are lost?
Well, it could be done either way. I mean, I know we regulators like to have an upfront view of what the impacts and offsets are, or that the adequate offsets are available. So normally projects will start with an amount and then may result in less offset than that. I'm not aware of too many examples where it's done the other way. Obviously, there's examples where unintentional, where we have to increase offsets where there's unintentional damage or unintentional or extra impacts that were not foreseen. But again, we don't really want to be in that position where further down the track we're looking for additional.
So can we agree then that it is just to finish off this? I want to put this to Mr. Organ now, but can we agree that that it is important that there's a level of conservatism built into the offset number in this case?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think well, depending on the staging, it could be. I think it is probably a bit overly conservative at the moment, but yeah, it's.
Mr. Organ, I'm happy to run through that with you, but I know you've been listening and taking some notes, so I'll ask you the open question first, but tell me if you need me to go backwards. What's your evidence on this issue?
There's two things, if I can just go through what you mentioned earlier. So Mr. Galbraith's evidence is saying that 1.5 metres from the centre line, either side of that, which equals 3 metres for the trenching, what's proposed with respect to the, whatever they're called?
Joint boxes, we'll call them.
The width of the joint box that you mentioned is
3.2.
3.2. So there's a 0.2 difference. So
well, that's the concrete structure. It might be that we don't know the construction methodology
But then if you then follow through and there's already that conservatism built in, because currently the proposal isn't to go down the centre of the road, it's to actually deviate to avoid the tree protection zones of Applejack. So the current proposal actually accommodates that flexibility to accommodate the tree protection zone. That's the first point. And secondly, if you read the track changes in condition BD07, it is providing that extra level of conservatism. So I don't believe it needs to go the other way. I think it covers everything quite thoroughly to accommodate that additional requirement. So even with those joint boxes in place, I don't see any additional impacts to the tree protection zones. So, and then with respect to, I've dealt with a lot of other wind farm projects where the footprint, for example, is articulated or described. And there has been situations where the development needs to go beyond that. And that's when you haven't got a clear constraint, like a road with vegetation or forest either side of it. Here, the road itself acts as a barrier, unlike a paddock where a construction crew will drive through it and invariably there'll be impacts outside the construction footprint. So here you're actually, any construction on that road is confined in itself because people aren't going to drive through the park. It's densely vegetated. So therefore, there's a high level of confidence that the extent of removal will be limited, or the disturbance rather, in that centre part of the track. So it's highly constrained in terms of that. So with respect to the EMF, it accommodates that conservative approach and that flexibility with respect to site-specific requirements with the boxes.
Okay, I want to put a couple of specific things to you just to cover the same ground as Mr. Gibson. Do you accept the proposition that when we take a small sample or a smaller sample and extrapolate it to the larger Boiler Swamp Road, that there's a risk that we might underestimate root effects or even overestimate root effects? It could go either way.
No, I disagree with that proposition.
Okay.
The reason being is that it would be very selective, and this is articulated in Mr. Grayson's evidence, is that he's saying select the most exposed trees. So the largest trees closest to the edge of the road. That in itself would mean that you're selecting the highest subset, or the subset of trees that have got the highest propensity for the proposed works to have an impact on the root zone. So if it's 15 trees, 20 trees, it might be 50 trees to the satisfaction of DECA. But going through and assessing every single tree, that's not a pragmatic, realistic and necessary approach. So I don't think if hypothetically you did the assessment or treatment on a subset of trees, it would underestimate, and you found that you weren't impacting those trees, that the consequence would be an underestimation of the offsets, because we're dealing with a fairly, and I'm not an arborist, but what I know of trees and all the information's been provided, the root zone is pretty clear in where it occurs, and the penetration into the soil. It's not like you get 50 trees where the roots will be across the entire track. It's the root zone and the root penetration will be fairly consistent across that road based on the arboricultural assessment to date. So I don't think assessing a subset and you go through that and it reveals that the root zones won't be impacted through the trenching, and therefore you then extrapolate that assessment out to the remainder of the road, would lead to a underestimation of the impacts. It's ensuring that the highest trees at risk are assessed initially.
Sorry, are you still going? Or
no, that's it.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. I thought wasn't sure if that was the end of the sentence. In your evidence in chief, Mr. Organ, you mentioned the prospect that it might be in relation to the root testing issue, that it might be overkill. My notes say, given what we know now from the I assume the Galbraith report was what you're referring to. Now, they might not be your exact words, but I think, do you remember giving evidence to that effect?
Yeah, consequently, root mass can be expected to be low beneath the road, i.e. at 1.5 metres from the road centre, beneath the carriageway where the closest trenching to the road edge is proposed to take place. Beneath the road shoulders, at 2 to 3 metres from the centre, I expect the road to be less compacted and hence the probability of greater growth. So beyond the 3 metre mark.
Yeah.
So that's outlined in page 7 of his evidence.
You've been to site, I think you said, with Mr. Galbraith, and you've obviously read his report closely. Do you accept the proposition that the work is yet to be done in terms of determining where roots are in fact under Boiler Swamp Road, and what we've got at the moment is the exercise of Mr. Galbraith's judgment about where he thinks the roots will go?
Well, I can't really speak for his assessment in detail, but it's pretty unequivocal. It's quite confident with not only his evidence but his supplementary evidence, where they did some level of testing and he hasn't departed from his original position. So I think and I didn't listen to his evidence, I can just read it, but my understanding from reading the evidence is pretty confident that based on having restricting the trenching within the 3 metres, so 1 metre either side of the centre of the track, there's a very high level of confidence that that will not impact or compromise the integrity of the trees. So I can just go off his evidence. I don't think he's sitting on the fence saying that, oh, look, I don't know. It's pretty clear in terms of what he's said with his evidence, what he's stipulated. And that's why we've got these things in place to ensure that through more targeted testing, that would elucidate any changes from his assessment. But he was pretty clear out on site when we were doing the assessment, and he's done hundreds of assessments with respect to root zone capacity and compaction of roads. So I just rely on his evidence, and therefore that would flow into any of my conclusions with respect to the impacts on native vegetation.
Okay, last question on this issue of route investigations. Up on the screen at the moment is the BD07, which is the Boiler Swamp Road material. You've already given us some evidence on this, Mr. Organ, but do you see, Mr. Gibson, in that first section, and we'll come back to you in a moment, Mr. Organ, there's 3 matters which need to be identified. The precise alignment within Boiler Swamp Road, proposed construction methodologies, and then the results of the route investigations. And then these feed back into an updated offset, which is BD 01. Now, do you accept, Mr. Gibson, that these words should be updated to account for the joint boxes, so that when we talk about the alignment, it's clear that it's not only the alignment along Boiler Swamp Road, but it's also where the joint boxes are and how wide they are and so forth, so that it's clear what the route analysis is looking at.
Yeah, I think that'd be a helpful addition to that first point.
Any difficulty with that, Mr. Organ?
No, like I said earlier, that would be completely reasonable.
All right.
Mr. Tobin, we might break for 15 minutes if that's an appropriate time. Are you?
I reckon I'm almost done.
Okay.
If we hung on for just a couple more minutes, I think we're about finished.
Thank you. Happy to do that. I was thinking you're about to change topic.
Yeah, there's one more topic. I can either do it after the break. Perhaps we'll do it after.
I think we'll break.
Yeah.
So is everybody back in 15 minutes? Thank you.
It's standard, but it's not inside. I don't think they'd get
Yeah, I think so. Just a construction.
Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Mr. Tobin.
Mr. Gibson, I've got a few questions about the offset strategy. The first question that I'd like to ask you about, having reviewed document 143 and the biosis report, which is document 145, is, given your experience on other infrastructure projects, how does this project sit in terms of its state of preparedness to secure offsets?
Well, I think, again, it does relate to the scale of the project. Small projects, it's very easy to secure them and be confident upfront that in terms of exactly what you can have your offsets secured for small projects fairly easily. Larger projects, I think this there's obviously from the proponent's perspective, an issue with entering into contractual agreements with offset sites until you have an approval. So I think that's one. That's one issue with projects like this that require specific offsets. You can't necessarily enter into those contractual arrangements prior to obtaining approval. So yeah, I think it relates to the scale of the project. I think we've demonstrated that offsets are achievable through the work that we've done, and as we've just been discussing, we're expecting that the offset requirement may end up lower than it currently is, which things are even more achievable.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to direct you back to the import of my question. What DECA is seeking to understand is to draw on your experience about where this project sits apropos your experience on other large projects. So is it at a similar position? Is it, is it at a more advanced position or a less advanced position?
I think for other large projects that I've been involved in, it'd be similar. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Organ?
Mr. Tobin, just for the IAC's benefit, could you just clarify the purpose of the question as well, the intent?
The purpose of the question is that document 143 is a succinct summary, but the actual information is in document 145, and it indicates that there's a couple of properties that are optioned. There's a couple of properties that are letters of intent and so forth. And what he's trying to understand, obviously these need to be secured before any native vegetation removal occurs, and we're trying to examine the level of confidence of the experts as to whether the offsets can in fact be secured.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, it's a really good question, particularly for these type of projects where the development footprint is so large. Extent of native vegetation removal, which I mentioned earlier, comparatively is on the lower side compared to other projects, and therefore the offsets are comparatively low as well. It still triggers a requirement for the species habitat units. I haven't been involved, and I haven't seen information with respect to option agreements or any fundamental in principle agreements with the landowners. I have read through the offset strategy. There's a couple of nuances that need to be considered here, unlike other projects. and I won't, not necessarily in any particular order, just shooting from the hip. So there's been multiple projects that have required an EES, like the Warburton Mountain Bike Trail, like the Fingerboard Sand Mine, which required 100 to 200 hectares of proposed removal of native vegetation, and there were multiple species offsets. So here we've got we've got 4 species habitat units that are required. The 5th one's been removed based on the modelled habitat, not necessarily the habitat not being there. For those other projects and projects prior to that, what would typically happen is the proponent, through the advice of the consultant, would identify likely properties that has the required modelling for those specific species, and then there'd be an offset strategy put in place saying here are all the properties that could generate the required credits. A similar sort of process has occurred here with the 7 blocks that have been identified. Some of those have been eliminated. There's 2 of them that have already got conservation covenants through Trust for Nature, so therefore, like Mr. Gibson said, would not necessarily generate a higher number of units. The other question, sorry, I'm jumping around a bit, but the other thing is those 2 properties would, if they're under a stewardship agreement, under Trust for Nature, they then can be converted into an offset agreement, so you can still generate the required credits. So for this particular project, you could most likely have a high level of confidence to achieve a proportion of the offsets through the native vegetation credit register that DECA hold with other landowners in the region that have already established offset sites. So there's available credits for some of those species, which has been provided as information. And then it's highly likely that the offsets can be achieved, again, assuming the worst case scenario that's been presented, can be achieved on a single site. Unlike other large projects, you would need multiple sites. And unlike those other large projects I've mentioned, often it's based on a desktop assessment where you go out there, you assess the land. It is often difficult to take the next step to secure the offset with a landowner because they need to understand what their obligations are in the future. In the offset strategy, it's mentioned that you can't have motorbike riding, horse riding. There's all these restrictions on the land in the future. So from one aspect, it's all good and well identifying the properties, but the next step is actually securing them. So my understanding is that they've had discussions with 1 or more landowners who are willing to enter into an agreement if indeed it's required for the offsets. And there will most likely be achieved on 1 or 2 sites. It's not as if you're going to have multiple species units that can't be achieved on a particular property, like an obscure, very rare. For example, there's offsets around west of Melbourne where the modelled habitat and the properties just aren't available. So therefore, the species offsets, you can go through an alternative offset approach in those situations, particularly with grassland remnants and the species habitat units, that just there's no offsets available for those modelled habitat. But here, there's a high level of confidence that it can be achieved. One last thing I was going to say is that often for wind farm projects across the state, the proponents have the luxury of actually working with the landowners to set up a first party offset on the land. So hypothetically, you've got, I don't know, a wind farm project out southwest Victoria, Western Victoria. They're on the hills. They're fairly marginal grazing land. And Stockyard Hill is a good example where there were on-site offsets established with a landowner who got multiple turbines and also established an offset site on their land that got paid to managing the land for conservation values. In this regard, we're dealing with a pine plantation. There's no on-site offsets. So that's essentially the difference between other projects and this one. But I've identified a couple of sites for offsets that you could have an aggregation of both species required offsets with respect to threatened species like the Australasian bittern and any of the residual credits that are available. So if I cast my mind back on some of these other larger projects, there was a number of ESs along the Murray, those large water infrastructure type projects, mining projects, other wind farm projects, or even residential development out west of Melbourne, where you can go and identify them on a desktop assessment and go, here they are. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the offsets can be secured for multiple reasons. But for this particular project and the information I have at hand, I don't see any constraints or barriers to achieve the offsets as they are now.
BD02 is the requirement for an offset strategy in accordance with the guidelines to be developed in consultation with public land managers, project stakeholders, etc., and DECA. It doesn't explicitly say that the offsets have got to be secured prior to construction. Is that because that's part and parcel with preparing an offset strategy in accordance with the guidelines?
Yes, but proponents are becoming more and more aware of that the offset process should be run parallel with the impact assessment. You can't just wait until the end of the process to then secure the offsets. So I missed your question, but there was an extra layer of, after probably the last 2 to 3 years, DECA. I'm pretty sure either through a guidance note or more information, that proponents, particularly large-scale infrastructure projects, there needs to be a high level of confidence that the offsets are available and can be secured, not just simply, I drove around and looked over the fence and yeah, that's got native veg and it looks good. There needs to be, and the best way to show that is through an option agreement where the proponent has actually had discussions, and essentially when they have an option agreement on the land to put turbines or some sort of agreement for the landowners to enter into an offset arrangement. So with respect to BD 02.
Do you want me to pop it up? Have you got it there?
Yeah.
You got it.
It says the final offset strategy for the project will be developed in consultation with the public land manager and public project stakeholders, including DECA. And then there's a whole range of text that's been deleted after that. I think, yeah, I've seen a number of panel reports where there's that level of uncertainty in finding the offsets. But for this particular project, for what's required, it could conceivably be achieved on one property. Whereas when you've got a higher number of species units and the magnitude's a lot higher, like 10 to 20 species units, you would need to find possibly 3 to 4 to 5 properties to secure and establish it. So in terms of the condition there, it's quite brief. What was your question relating to that again?
Let me just put it in one short question. Should the offset strategy state that the offsets have got to be secured prior to construction, or is it enough simply to say that there needs to be an offset strategy?
No. Under the guidelines, there's no removal can occur until the offset strategy has been secured.
Thank you.
So sorry, the offsets have been secured, not the strategy. Yeah, you have to actually secure the offsets prior to any construction on the project.
All right. They're all the questions on behalf of DECA. There's a few questions on behalf of Parks Victoria. These are directed to Mr. Gibson. Mr. Gibson, have you had any involvement or have you reviewed the Appendix A to the EES, which is the transmission line options assessment?
We had input to it. Yeah, some of our inputs were part of it, and I reviewed those when it was being created. Yeah, reviewed those relevant sections.
Yeah, and in the options assessment at its page, pop it up onto the screen. There's reference to the options assessment having been informed by a flora and fauna impact assessment 2023. I'm assuming that it was informed by a precursor version of the final technical Appendix C. That's what that's referring to?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Tobin. Can I just get the page number reference?
Sorry. That is PDF page 37. And it is page 25 of the actual report.
I've got it. Thank you.
I'll stop sharing that, and then I'll just go through to the part. So if I understand, Mr. Gibson, what you're saying is that you've had a bit of a role in providing input into the options assessment.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Was your role in helping identify the different criteria for evaluating things like native vegetation loss?
No, not really. No, we provided the responses to the way the criteria were designed. So we were given the criteria to comment on. That's the way I remember it happening.
So when you say you were given the criteria to comment on, you were given, I'm just not quite understanding your answer. Were you given draft criteria and then asked to comment on whether these are appropriate, or were you given the criteria to fill in the answer once the criteria had been set?
I think it was a combination of the two. We're going back a little way, but we certainly provided the answers to those criteria. But I think we did also provide some feedback about whether they were meaningful criteria or criteria that we could provide information for.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions, and apologies if I'm testing your memory, but I want to ask you some questions about some of the criteria in that report. And I'm going to the report, this is Technical Appendix 1 at page 35 or PDF 47.
I'll have to get that up.
And I'll just pop it up onto the screen. Now, you probably haven't looked at this in a little while, Mr. Gibson, so let me just orient you to it. You've got on the right-hand side of the page where my cursor is, or the big hand is, you can see the option one, which are and option 1B, of course, is the project alignment. And these are the options that were outside of the park. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the first question that I wanted to ask you related to this criteria, native vegetation classified as an EVC. Are you able to shed any light on the division between the high score at 10 versus 5 to 10, 5, and no impacts? Did that have is there any method to that?
Why those thresholds were selected?
Why 10 and not 15, or why 10 and not 5 for a high impact?
I don't really remember, to be honest. I think we were, the team were just trying to find a way of coming up with criteria that were informative.
Yeah. Can I ask? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You keep going.
No, you're right. Go.
Can I ask you this? Given it was already a time when there was a draft biosis report in circulation, were the two processes working hand in hand? Like you had some idea of the likely vegetation removal at the same time as setting criterion?
Well, we had an idea of the likely removal along Boiler Swamp Road because we'd assessed that. For the other options were estimated.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't do detailed studies of the 2A and 2B options. Yeah.
Well, I think insofar as 2A and 2B are concerned, the assumption under this report, at least, is that they don't intersect with native vegetation.
Yeah, that they could be constructed in a way that doesn't impact vegetation. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to ask you the same question about strategic biodiversity value. Now, that's a correlation between both flora, an assessment against both flora and fauna in respect of a particular parcel of land. That's right, is it?
Yeah, it's the statewide modelling of strategic biodiversity value.
And again, can I ask, is there any magic to the third basis that's been depicted in the report as the different criterion?
Only that it splits it up into the possible range of the values across the 4 categories.
And can I ask you this, given that we know from the line above that there's no impact on native vegetation, the reason why even those transmission routes outside of the national park and not intersecting with native vegetation still have a score of 2 is because of fauna, presumably.
Well, yeah, it's we use the models. Yeah, we use the model information. So, yeah, if it was a clearing application, you obviously only consider it if there is native vegetation being cleared. But we use this as an available data set that the state has produced.
Okay, I'm just going to scroll down to the next page, and I want to focus in on this criterion here, which is the top one, the threatened flora potential loss of genetically important population. Do you see that?
Yep.
And we've got a high likelihood, a medium likelihood, a low likelihood. Is there any empirical basis sitting behind the high, medium, and low used in the context of that question, or is it an exercise of judgment?
Well, as assessed, the project is impacting on both applejack and western peppermint. So I guess we didn't feel a low was appropriate there when we are assessing that there's impacts. But it is a judgment. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. They're all the questions we've got on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tobin. We'll move into questions, firstly from Mr. Cumming. So I invite you to join us on the screen, Mr. Cumming.
Yeah, the screen's sort of still got a document on it.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Tobin, could you stop sharing? Thank you.
I've got, it's one question, sort of one but two, directed to both, and that is that document which I circulated earlier. If people have had a look at that.
Can I just, I beg your pardon, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Cumming. Can I just suggest when questions are directed to both witnesses, it would make sense for Mr. Gibson to answer first and then Mr. Organ to answer
yes, thank
next.
You. Yep. Happy with that approach.
So it's the same.
Mr.
question.
Cumming, could I ask, are you intending to share the document on your screen, or are you asking for people to have it?
No, I haven't arranged to do that.
Okay, so and are you able to provide a document number?
It was just tabled. I got an email back a little while ago saying it was tabled, so I haven't looked at what number it is. But
okay.
It's an email which.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, Mr. Cumming. I'm advised that a short time ago we received an email with another six additional attachments, and so I think six additional emails.
You've received 16.
Just let me finish. Sorry, Mr. Cumming. What we'd like to confirm is which document we're being asked to look at, please.
Yes, thank you. So if you...
You're asked to look at the first document, which was an email I sent through, would be before lunch, or the one that the panel was chasing.
So I can see that we may still be in the process of tabling some of the documents that have come through very recently, Mr. Cumming.
Yeah, I'm only referring to that single document.
Okay.
Could you... an email saying it was tabled just before?
It's in there with the number. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Selvaridge is just confirming. Could you please let us know the number, Ms. Selvaridge, as well? 277. So just give us a moment, Mr. Cumming. We'll get ourselves to the right document, and going forward, as we discussed earlier, if documents are circulated well in advance, and then when we get to discuss them, if parties could please provide a document number to assist with navigating. Thank you.
I've circulated the rest of them in the last half hour, and they are all numbered, and they'll be referred to in questions tomorrow.
Thank you.
And again,
So-
just to confirm, the process is to ask the witnesses whether they've had an opportunity to review the document
That's
first.
right, yes.
Thank you.
Right. So if they can review it now, it's one sentence or two sentences in that document. It's a statement from
I
DECA.
don't think they have it.
Experts may not have access to those. So, Mr. Cumming, you're not in a position to share your screen, is that correct?
No.
No, if it's one or two sentences, would you like to read them out as part of framing your question?
Yes. Okay, it's it's from the Ecological Assessment Report, Ministerial Permit PA 2503616, which was a power line for Woolsthorpe wind farm, and it's very relevant to this panel. The sentence says, black wattle is listed as declared protected flora and would normally be required a protected flora licence for works that may kill, injure or disturb protected flora. Clarification was sought from the department, and that is as follows. I can confirm that you will not need a permit to take protected flora under Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. It talks about the two types of trees. They do not require a permit for personal or commercial use. As the plants are not being used for personal or commercial use under the FFG Act, permit is not required. There is no implications for a trigger to refer under the Environmental Protections Act. Now, that's a recent interpretation of the Act by DECA in the last couple of weeks. And my question is, and they can, the two witnesses, if they can't answer it now, they can come back, is have DECA interpreted that Act incorrectly by saying that the flora and fauna can be destroyed, taken without a permit if it's not used for personal use, because I don't believe that's what the Act actually says. And if the witnesses come back and say, yes, DECA are correct, wouldn't that mean that
We'll just might do one question at a time first, Mr. Cumming. Thank you.
We are doing one question at a time. It's simply not a question that these witnesses can answer. It's a question about the lawfulness of a
I'm happy.
Email that's
aren't they experts on the two? Those acts are being used in this panel, and their expert witnesses should be across those acts. And the problem that I have is, after the panel closed at Woolsthorpe, the department decided to give that ruling. Permits that were going to be required are no longer required, and those trees are being removed without permit.
Mr.
And without
Cumming,
compensation.
You'll have an opportunity to talk us through your concerns with it during your submission. So for the purposes of cross-examining the witnesses, given that this is the first time that they will have heard the information that you've just described, I'm happy to give them an opportunity to advise the IAC if they're able to provide comment. They may not be able to, and if not, we'll move on to your next question. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
I can provide a comment on how, how the FFG Act is relevant to this project, but
it's relevant to this project because...
No, Mr. Cumming, we'll just wait for Mr. Gibson to answer the question.
Well, this project will be needing FFG Act permits for protected flora, so that'll be one of the consents that'll be required. That's not much else to say about it, really.
Yes, it was a panel condition at Woolsthorpe, but after the event...
No, Mr. Cumming, we've heard your question clearly. So Mr. Gibson has answered, and I'll ask Mr. Organ if he has anything that he'd like to comment on it.
Yeah, so not specifically anything additional to Mr. Gibson with respect to the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. So wattles are protected flora under that Act, where you need a permit to remove a wattle and a range of other species on Crown land, not on private property. The FFG Act permit's only relevant for Crown land. But as a separate thing, which may not be related entirely to what you're asking, is that scattered wattles along roadsides or other areas, they qualify as native vegetation, and they would need to be assessed and mapped as part of any assessment under the 5217 under the guidelines. So there's no exemptions unless the relevant exemptions apply with respect to regrowth or other things under the guidelines. But if you're speaking specifically in regard to the FF&G Act, then my response is consistent with Mr. Gibson's regarding a FF&G Act permit. I'm not aware of what you've just alluded to, whether there's been changes to that approach by DECA. I'm not familiar with that, but certainly happy to take that on notice and look into it.
I think that's probably not a question for the experts, so I'm happy for Mr. Cumming to move on to his next question. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to the next question, it is a question for the experts, because if that recent interpretation in the last 2 weeks is applied to Kentbruck, it changes the last two witnesses' expert witness statements, it changes the relevance of them.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. I'll get you to move on to your next question. I don't think there's enough information before the experts to take that any further. Thank you.
Well, it's all in the email. Okay, moving on. Is the pine forest Crown land still? I've read something that's leased from the Crown. It's not private land, it's still Crown land. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's something I can specifically answer. I think it is possibly Crown land that's been vested in the plantation company, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. For the purposes of the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act, I think we're considering that it is Crown land. But
right. Okay, there are no further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. So Ms. Dennis is joining us. Is that right, Mr. Cumming?
Yes, she's here now.
Using the same screen. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Dennis.
Hello. I've just got a couple of questions about offsets.
Thank you. You're welcome to ask your questions.
If they could probably both have a go at answering it, but I'll ask Mr. Gibson first. How can sites already protected by covenant be claimed as an offset?
Well, they can. It depends on what the covenant has specified. The protection gain that the covenant provides can't be used for the offset, but the improvement gains potentially can. So improvement of the site can contribute to the offset scores.
Sorry, what do you mean improvement?
Well, enhancement of the site. All offset sites should be managed to improve their condition.
Yep. Okay.
So I can expand on that, just to provide an extra level of clarity. So if they are listed as, so number one, if they're already registered under the Native Vegetation Credit Register, they'll have credits available to trade as a landowner. But my understanding is up to 2 of those sites that are investigated have got a conservation covenant, so a trusted nature covenant on title. Those covenants are typically a stewardship covenant where the landowners get paid very marginal. So they enter into these agreements with Trust of Nature as part of a commitment to conserve and protect the biodiversity values on their land. It's different to an offset process whereby additionality can be achieved through the ongoing management of over a 10-year period, where it's quite a rigid and regulated approach to generate credits, where you need to look at improving the quality of the habitat and enhancing the values on the site. Whereas if it's a Trust for Nature covenant, there's no obligation necessarily on that landowner to one, get funding to improve and enhance the values on the site. So it's a different arrangement. So there would need to be further investigation to determine whether those 2 sites or any others have received funding, whereby DECA would need to make a determination as to whether they meet the eligibility test with respect to the credits that can be generated. And the credits that will be generated will be significantly reduced because it's already has a security agreement on title So it's not like you can double dip, so to speak. So it's all, there's a process around calculating the gains and calculating the maintenance and ongoing management obligations. So with an offset site, there's a lot more management and reporting obligations for the landowner as opposed to a trust for nature covenant site.
Okay, next question. How can you offset the loss of the habitat of the biodiversity that already live in the large trees that you are destroying? So you're offsetting the trees, but what about the critters that live in those trees? What happens to them? How do they get protected?
It's part of the state policy that native vegetation offsetting considers the habitat value of the trees as well. I mean, we've discussed the likelihood of those trees being impacted extensively this morning already, but yeah, the offsetting procedures that are in place are state policy that provide for both flora and fauna offsets. They're designed to offset impacts to both flora and fauna from the native vegetation removal.
Can I just add just one last thing? So with the native vegetation offset process, so the guidelines, it's different to species offsets. So under the state guidelines, it strictly or solely looks at native vegetation offsets, whereas under the Commonwealth offset process, for matters of national environmental significance, you need to offset the habitat for the particular species. But it's a really good question because it's probably a fundamental limitation with the guidelines in that it solely just looks at native vegetation. With respect to fauna and the loss of fauna, so common species associated with any vegetation removal, again, this site or this project will lead to very small areas of impact, unlike other particular projects where you're losing extensive areas of fauna habitat. It's more of an animal welfare issue. So often it's about salvaging and relocating those animals out of harm's way during the actual clearing of native vegetation. So it's not an offset per se, it's more of an animal welfare issue, and that's dealt with in BD 09, which relates to the pre-clearance surveys. But yeah, it is a fundamental limitation associated with offsets in Victoria. It just looks at vegetation as a whole, and then obviously when you've got good quality, high quality vegetation, you'll have fauna associated with that vegetation as well.
Okay, so my third question. Would you agree that offsets lead to a net loss of biodiversity?
Well, offsets are, you know, they're our state policy, they're our federal policy. So they're the system that we have arrived on for responding to impacts to native vegetation and habitat. So it's certainly not a perfect system, but it's the system that's in place and the one that projects need to comply with.
Well, I'll just expand on that as well. I think offsets have got a bad name because it's like, let's remove the habitat and just decide to offset it. But there are so many projects that lead to an exceptional outcome with respect to offsets. One is the security of land. So one of the number one things when you've got a security agreement on the land is that landowner cannot remove that vegetation. So essentially quarantines and locks it up in perpetuity. That's a massive gain, but the overall policy is no net loss. One of the great opportunities which we can talk about the next couple of days is the reinstatement of wetlands, which I'm sure you'll hear with other submitters, is that by having an offset, the gains can clearly outweigh any potential losses. And there's actually a calculation, it's not based on area, but it's quite a meticulous way to actually determine what the gains will be. So offsets do have benefits, particularly in relation to threatened species and securing land and changing land use across the landscape.
So if a covenant's already got protections on land, how do your offsets increase that? I mean, the land's already protected under a covenant. So you're claiming that by putting an offset on a covenant as well, you're protecting that land for perpetuity, but it's already protected.
Ms. Dennis,
Surely.
I think the experts may have already addressed that in their answers to your questions. Is there anything else more specific that you were wanting to ask?
No, I'll save it for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So, Mr. Turner, if you are with us, you're welcome to turn your camera on.
Thank you, Member Kentbruck.
Thank you. And Mr. Turner, if you ask your questions, just if you could be specific, if it's for both or a specific expert. Thank you.
Thank you. This is for Mr. Gibson. With the calculations and analysis to determine the tree protection zones, was this work undertaken by the Axiom, the arborist, or did Biosis perform that work?
The work that we've documented in Appendix C, the flora and fauna assessment, was done by Biosis. The arborist appendix that is in that report the work was done by the arborist, but I assume you were listening this morning. The arborist work was done at a much earlier stage in the process when the project design was different. So the figures that have gone into our native vegetation impact and offset calculations were done by Biosis.
Thank you. In respect to that work, since the hearing has begun and the inquiry, we've heard 4 schemes that I'll describe and seek clarification on, and in particular with the application with how the tree protection zones have been bisected by the trenching. So one scheme is a trenching arrangement on the side of the road that's 3 metres wide. That's documented in Appendix Z and in the Downer report. There's a scheme discussed by Mr. Galbraith that's 3 metres in the middle of the road, and that's been discussed today. And there's also a scheme that's 1.5 metres wide that's identified in the Axiom arborist material. And then today we've also heard about a 4th scheme of weaving in and around some of the protected trees. So in the analysis that's determined the native veg offset tables and what have you, which scheme has been used?
Well, the last one you mentioned, the one that was done by Biosis, where there has been, I wouldn't really call it wiggling, but there's been some changes to the alignment to move further away or closer to certain trees to try and avoid impacts to the applejack, and then there was also sections where directional drilling is proposed. So that's the one that has been used in the impact calculations.
Thank you. With respect to the directional drilling, whereabouts in the EES can it be identified where the HTD has been employed to avoid the applejacks or to go underneath the applejack root systems?
Well, in our native vegetation figures, the trenching is shown, and the sections between trenches are where directional drilling's been used. I don't know that our reports actually specifically showed the directional drilling, but it's the sections that aren't trenched along Boiler Swamp Road.
Okay, thank you.
I think
these questions.
Sorry, I think there are some other figures where that's been made clearer, but it's possibly not in our report.
Okay. Would it be possible to put a question forward? I noticed where that is identified in the EES.
I guess you.
Mr. Turner, I'll just get you to clarify the question.
The question is where in the environmental effects statement documentation is it identified, a map or a description or a table where where HDD is to be used to avoid the impacts on the applejack trees.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the proponent can either respond or...
We'll respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is directed to both witnesses. Mr. Gibson first. In your presentation this morning, you identified that very accurate DGPS has been used to locate the trees along Boiler Swamp Road. Can you inform me why the accuracy is important and what accuracy has been achieved in the mapping of those trees in terms of a measurement, like a distance?
Yeah, look, it was the work was done by the arborist using a differential GPS, which I believe gets centimetre level accuracy. I'd have to get back in terms of exactly how many centimetres, but certainly well under sub-metre accuracy. Yeah, sorry, what was the first part of your question?
Why it's important to the investigation?
Why it's important? Because to accurately identify where the tree protection zones extend to, and in terms of determining that 10% of impact, or less than or greater than 10% of impact. So the key thing is the distance from the edge of the road to the trees, like that. It wouldn't have made the accuracy of the data along the roads probably less critical, but it's the distance, the distance out from the road is what's critical.
And I've got nothing to add to that one.
Okay. Are you aware of any limitations to satellite positioning system technology working under dense tree canopy that has been seen is a fact along Boiler Swamp Road with the forest?
I know that tree cover can limit accuracy of GPS and DGPS positions, but I'm sure the arborist would have been across that, being someone who works under tree cover all the time. So that should be documented in the arborist's report. But I think the data that's been collected is very accurate and is sufficient for the assessment that we've done. That's my opinion.
Very good. Is it possible to bring up the arborist document, Appendix C, Appendix 12? I think it's the end of Section 3 of their report, where they describe the GPS survey.
Mr. Turner, are you able to give us a PDF page number?
I'm not, unfortunately. I'm very sorry.
That's okay.
A few issues with technology today.
If you could could you just describe the point in the document that you're asking us to look at?
Section 3, I think, is the area of the report. It's Appendix 12 within the biosis ecology assessment.
I can share it.
Thank you, Mr. Organ.
I'm 739.
There's a description within that document of the DGPS survey, and from what I've been able to ascertain from that, an accuracy of 1 metre has been provided for both the centre line of the road and also the locating of the trees. And I think it's important with respect to the centre line of the road and the trees, because the trench arrangement is fixed to somewhere in the road.
It's not on Section 3.
Okay. This is Appendix 12?
Yes.
Okay. Keep scrolling down. Is there I apologise if I've got that section misidentified. Can you locate the
Yeah, I think
paragraphs
just bear with us a moment, Mr. Turner, and we'll see whether this is the right section. PDF 739. There's a paragraph that, if you scroll down on the screen, that starts the proposal. You see that toward the top of the page, and at the end of the second sentence, there's a indication of the accuracy being plus or minus 1 metre. Is that the relevant extract?
Yes,
Mr.
thank
Turner?
you, Mr. Chesler. I appreciate you finding that. So now that we've got that in front of us, Mr. Organ, if you could address that point in terms of the reliability of the assessment of which trees are bisected by the TPZ, by the trenching, given that there's plus or minus a metre in perhaps the trench location and plus or minus a metre in the tree location, given that we've got a trench that's 3 metres wide, so you've got 30% on either side.
Well, I can there's 2 things I can say here. One, I didn't write the report. But the second thing is that one would think logically, if I was an arborist and I had the data, you go out there and you record the location of the tree, and then you check your data. So you go down to your figure, the bottom of the report, and trees aren't going to be located within the road. So conservatively, you'd put that tree on the edge of the road. But it's 1 metre. I can't comment around the accuracy of when they're out in the field and how that translates to the mapping. So, yeah. So I can only hypothetically assume that it was done accurately based on the GPS record.
I can add to that. I think the data would often be more accurate than that, but that's probably a worst case. But also, it is plus or minus. So it's not like we're seeing a consistent bias here. That we're not going to have all of the trees being assessed as further from the road than by 1 metre than they should be. We're going to see error around the true location. So I really don't think that level of error is going to have a great impact on the outcome of the assessment.
Okay, thank you. I have a question in regards to the what's considered a large tree falling into the description of what has gone in the native vegetation reports. Are you able to offer an age estimate of a tree that's reached that large tree classification in respect to the different species, the manna gum, the swamp gum, the applejack, peppermint, and what have you?
No, that's really an arborist's question.
Okay. I have an inquiry, a question about the end of the alignment for the transmission line, the buried transmission line, as it enters the Haywood substation. The alignment traverses through some bushland there that I'm assuming is on private property and not in the Mount Clay State Forest. One of the requirements is to minimise impact and look at alternatives. What alternatives were considered in avoiding that, putting the buried transmission line through the patch of bushland, and what has been found in the bushland in terms of the number of large trees that are impacted and the quality of the habitat there? And Mr. Wright might be able to bring this section up for everyone's benefit on the Google Earth.
Yeah, I can comment on that area. We assessed that relatively recently. So I believe it is public land. The trenching, the project went forward with the trenching option there. I think I think it was necessary to provide access to the terminal station. I'm not 100% sure why why other options aren't available there. But yeah, I was told that the trenching is the only viable option through there. The trees through there weren't many big trees through there. I'd have to check the numbers, but there were some western peppermints in there, and there was one brown stringy bark, which will get mentioned again when we're talking about red-tailed black cockatoo. But generally, and we also look for threatened flora in that area. So it's a relatively short area in a sort of moderate quality piece of that area. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. I'm not sure. We didn't assess any alternatives to trenching through that section. I think the issue may be that even if it was directionally drilled, there'd still be a need to come up to the surface to then access the terminal station. I think that the access to the terminal station has to be an overhead connection. But yeah, that's probably not really for me to answer from the engineering perspective.
Thank you. In respect to the trees along Boiler Swamp Road and the parts of the trees that are above the ground, has any analysis on the encroachment of the construction into the canopies been undertaken?
No.
My assumption here, and I might need clarification, is that it is a construction footprint, so there'll be excavators, trenches, and trucks and what have you that'll have a height requirement to access down the road.
Yeah, no specific mapping there to determine if there's any minor need for lopping of branches. I think in general the project doesn't consider there'd be much need for that. But off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any detailed assessments to determine if there's any branch lopping requirements. Generally, the roads usually, I mean, you're standing on the road at the moment by the look of it. Generally, it's reasonably wide, and I wouldn't expect there'd be a need for a lot of lopping for the kind of machinery that they're talking about.
Very good. Earlier in your presentation, you identified one of the exemptions under the generic planning scheme, and this in fact applies to the Gnoll planning scheme as well, where there's exemptions or provisions for exemption to clearing native vegetation. One of those is lopping vegetation, and it's 52.17. There's an exemption table. That exemption allows for lopping of vegetation up to a third of the tree canopy. I understand there's a nuance here between private land and Crown land, but would you comment on what you would feel should be applied in the national park as to the amount of lopping that could occur, and whether individual assessment on trees should occur and be documented in the environmental management plan prior to construction?
Yeah, that exemption allows for removal of up to the third of a canopy, provided it's not the main trunk. The exemption, while technically it is relevant here, I would expect like the pre-construction there would be some assessment of where that's going to need to happen, and with some quantification of that. But again, I'd expect it to be very minor. But yeah, it certainly should be documented and quantified.
Yeah. Is a third, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, is a third too much, or is it you could go further than taking out a third of the tree canopy? There's quite a lot of overhanging limbs over that 6.5 metre wide corridor that is the impact area that has been put forward. And the other thing I'd like to hear your opinion on is the frequency in that planning provision, 16.17. There's no frequency mentioned, so you could prune a third of a tree this year and then go back and do it again next year under road maintenance. So should the committee consider adding a provision to the environmental management controls to limit the amount of pruning and the frequency?
Just before you answer that question, I think it's important, if these questions are being framed having regard to clause 52.17, that the full provisions of that clause are brought to bear. And if we focus, for instance, on the exception that applies in respect of planning permit applications, in respect of lopping and pruning for maintenance, there is the 1/3 requirement, but that exemption does not apply to native vegetation on a roadside or railway reservation. And so if questions are being framed by reference to this clause, the clause in full need be considered and put before the witness. Now, I can do it in re-examination or in submissions, but I think it's appropriate that the questions be properly qualified in that way.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Turner, is that clear to you? It may be. Sorry.
It is. I think the premise of my point is, in approving the Pacific Controls overlay, which we know now is 12 metres wide, should standard conditions apply around removing vegetation and lopping vegetation to allow construction, or should there be Pacific assessment implemented, or that standard could roll over, and to hear the witnesses in their experts' opinion on how that should be managed along Boiler Swamp Road, in recognising that it's not addressed at all in the EES.
Yeah, look, I can't see that the road's subject to regular maintenance as it is. I can't see the construction sort of needing to go beyond that, to what's already regularly graded and pruned and lopped for keeping the road open for normal purposes. So.
Very good, thank you. Have tree hollows been identified within the 12-metre SEO?
Not in detail,
boundary?
No, not as yet.
Has there any mapping of tree hollows been completed? And would you advise prior to construction and lopping and pruning that tree hollows be surveyed and mapped?
I think for large trees, there's probably merit in that, in looking at where those hollows are, particularly in relation to some of the threatened fauna that we'll be talking about tomorrow. But yeah, it could be a subset of the trees and the large trees and the ones where there's a chance of impact following on from the work of the arborist.
Thank you. Has any environmental impact of the decommissioning of the buried infrastructure of Boiler Swamp Road been considered as part of the EES?
Not in our reporting. No.
That might be a question that's bigger than the ecology experts. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Did you just say that's all of your questions?
I was interested to hear Mr. Organ's view.
Oh, yes.
That whether he.
I think so. Often, the environmental construction plan will relate to construction of the project, but my reading of some of the EMF, there is a requirement for decommissioning. I did read the word there somewhere. So as part of any decommissioning of the transmission line that's through Boiler Swamp Road, or decommissioning of other assets or infrastructure as part of the project, there needs to be a consideration around what that will involve and whether that will lead to any subsequent impacts to native vegetation. So there may be some consideration that the committee thinks about. So not only pre-construction work, the construction side of things, and then ongoing maintenance. I wouldn't suspect there'd be an ongoing requirement to do lopping of vegetation along Boiler Swamp Road for any maintenance, for example, because it's underground. But that's all part of the secondary consent process.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. So we're nearly at 4:40, so we will actually finish here for the day. I have a handful of questions from the IAC, but I think we'll come to them with fresh mind tomorrow. Try to make it as efficient as possible for everybody's sake. Could I ask if there are any things we need to discuss before we rise for the day?
Yes, there are. I can keep them brief.
Yes.
Mr. Cumming indicated a moment ago that he has circulated material that he intends to refer to during cross-examination tomorrow. We've received 6 emails since 4 p.m. and those 6 emails contain 16 attachments, and those attachments cumulatively run to many hundreds of pages. Now, I'm raising this now because it just seems to me wholly unfeasible, not to mention unfair, to expect the witnesses to have reviewed that material in advance of giving evidence tomorrow. Now, we can circulate the material, they can look at what they can look at in whatever time they have available, but we wanted to bring that to your attention because it may well be, in our submission, it should not be considered unreasonable or unacceptable for the witnesses to indicate they haven't had time to review the many, many hundreds of pages that have been circulated in such a short time before the relevant giving of the evidence. So I wanted to raise that for present purposes. I then wanted to talk about...
Before you do move on, yes, absolutely, that is consistent with the issues that I raised after lunch, and it's not reasonable to expect that the experts will have had time to review and digest that material. And if that's the case, and the questions cannot be answered because the material hasn't been provided early enough, then that the experts can advise that they're not in a position to comment on the documents. We won't expect you to work around the clock to digest that, and the IAC will be in a similar position. So yes, no concern. And just going forward, Mr. Cumming, I'll come to you in a moment. It's very important that documents are circulated early if there is an expectation that experts will review them and comment on them. However, we don't want there to be an avalanche of documents that is just unmanageable for the IAC and for the parties and the experts. So I ask people to be very judicious in what you do circulate and to be efficient in how that is done and to minimise the documents that are circulated, and to note that, of course, you can provide us with that material during your submissions. So just before I come back to you, Mr. Chessel, Mr. Cumming, I just see your hand is up. I imagine it's on the topic we're discussing, so I'll come to you now.
Yes, a number of the documents are BIOSIS's own documents, so they should be familiar with them. And in my questions, I'll be referring to page numbers within the document, so it won't take long for people to go to the page of the particular document.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. And just to reiterate again, the comment I made earlier, if they're documents that are already before the IAC, either tabled documents or through submissions, I ask people to please not recirculate them, but to guide us to the documents that are already before us. But I appreciate the approach you've just described. That will assist with efficiency tomorrow. But experts, if you have not had the opportunity to review the documents, just let us know when the questions come to you.
Yeah, well, I think that the key question is who wrote the documents, what project do they relate to. If questions are going to be put about a particular part of the document, a witness need to have the opportunity to review it in full. So it may be a case-by-case proposition, but it seems to us that it's appropriate that we flag at the outset the inherent difficulties that would seem to arise in respect of the approach that's proposed. I wanted to then just briefly touch upon the plan for tomorrow. We obviously didn't finish the evidence that we contemplated finishing today. What we propose to do tomorrow is to, after we complete the native vegetation evidence, we'll move immediately, essentially, to the other topic that was to be heard today, the what I'll call other species evidence other than birds and bats. Then tomorrow we had scheduled both the southern bent-winged bats and the bittern and brolga, and it seems optimistic to think we're going to finish all of those topics tomorrow. We do have, of course, and we have contemplated there being some spillage later in the week. What we had contemplated doing on the Monday of next week, in essentially concluding this topic, was to address you on the updated BAMP and relevant additional materials. It seems to me that because those materials may well be relevant and be of assistance in comprehending the evidence that you'll be hearing about the bats and the birds in particular, that there'd be benefit in us addressing you on those documents before we turn to the southern bent-winged bat topic. And so what we'd be proposing is that after dealing with the other species, we'd spend some time introducing that material to you. And we're anticipating that that will save time at the other end of the process as it concerns the time we'd allocated for that topic. But I think it would be to everyone's benefit to do that exercise up front. So what that means is, subject to the committee's indication, is that we would introduce those documents to you before we turn then to the evidence in respect to the southern bent-winged bat.
Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with that. And just noting that the IAC has reviewed particularly the revised BAMP plan, and so that might allow for some efficiency in presenting that content to us tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
So that, yeah, very much in support of your suggestion that we move straight into the balance of the evidence we're intending to hear today. As soon as the ISC is finished with its questions on native vegetation tomorrow, and then, any other, obviously we'll deal with preliminary matters as we need to, but if we could minimise them to keep things moving, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other matters before we rise? Thank you.
I realise I've neglected to indicate that DECA have questions in relation to the southern bent-winged bat, which is nominally scheduled for tomorrow, whether we get there or not. Apologies. We'll make sure that we send that email through to the committee at midday each day. Thank you. No, that would be appreciated. And there may be others that have come in. I'll run through that with parties when we meet in the morning. So thank you. No other matters then for this afternoon. I just do a quick check online. It looks like I can't see any hands up. So we'll rise for the day. I'll see everybody back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.